So, ladies and gentlemen, we should call this meeting to order. Welcome back, everyone, after summer break. Anyone that won a gold medal here during the Pan Am Games, please put your hands up. Anyone here on staff that deserve a gold medal, please put your hands up, and I expect all of you to put your hands up. So, good morning. Let's get going with the agenda. Welcome back after a summer recess. We can go through the agenda and see if there are items that we can not hold. Item 1 is a service level review, so we will have staff presentations on that. Construction fire safety for mid-rise buildings, 6.2. Is there anyone that wishes to hold that? If not, we can.
You have motions.
There's a motion that I have on it. So I have a motion to recommend council request the province to amend the Ontario Fire Code by adopting requirements similar to the National Fire Code of Canada in order to regulate fire safety during the construction of mid-rise buildings, and such requirements include cost recovery mechanisms. And the second one is to try and get a report back in the first quarter of 2016 where the province is at, and work on developing key best practices. And the reason for that is simply to keep this moving along in discussions with staff. So hopefully in the new year, we'll see the province coming up with regulations and people can be more familiar and comfortable with building mid-rise buildings out of wood frames. So I have the motions in front of you. All in favor of the motions? Opposed? The item is amended. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Item number 3, official plan 5-year review, amendment to the healthy neighborhoods and apartment neighborhoods. I did have a motion on that too. And I think you'll enjoy this one. I have a motion on this item, on item 6.3, for the healthy neighborhoods. Well, if you have questions, we can hold it. No problem, Councillor Campbell and Councillor Longtime. Then we'll hold the item down, 6.3. Item 6.4, official plan 5-year review policies, environmental policies. Going to hold that. Item 6.5. Official Plan 5-year review, Greenbelt conformity, draft official plan amendment. Adopt staff recommendations, moved by Councillor Campbell. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item 6.6, mid-rise building performance standards. There are some speakers. We'll hold that. Item 6.7, Section 37, community benefits, secured in 2013 and 2014.
Sure can hold that?
Absolutely, Councillor DiCiano. Item 6.8, institutional demolition control for school sites. City Solicitor recommends that the report be received for information. So that's moved by Councillor Wong-Tam. All right. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item 6.9, Council direction to retain outside planners at the Ontario Municipal Board. I have a motion for that. Does anyone have questions, or should I just put the motion up? No problem. And I would have liked to circulate them to you, but it's been a little hectic lately. So we will hold that, 6.9. Item 6.10, we have speakers on that. And 6.11, we have speakers on that. So let's go back to the beginning then. The first item is the 2016 service level review. We couldn't deal with that at our last meeting, so we put it the first item of this meeting. Yes, who has the presentation for us? Chief Planner.
Ten minutes?
The question was, members, how much time? So why don't you do a presentation that instills all those questions in us?
Oh, okay. I'll leave a few unanswered questions. Good morning through the chair and members of the committee. You see in front of you in the context of this presentation an overview of our program map, what it is that we do in city planning, our service levels and our performance, our development review metrics. Our performance measures are contained within this presentation, some of the challenges and opportunities that we face moving forward, as well as some strategies to address these challenges. It's important to note that we're only partway through the year, so some of the metrics you're going to see are, of course, not complete because they are based on an annual measure. It's also important to note that only a portion of the budget for studies that you'll see here comes from capital funding, because we also cover some studies through our operating budget. If you look on the screen here, you'll see our program map that really divides the core services that we provide into two key areas. One is development review, decision, and implementation. This is where developers come forward, they submit an application, and we review that application against our policy framework as well as regulatory requirements. Probably over 50% of our time is spent in development review, which is, of course, a reactive process, but is governed by legislative requirements. In the column in the center, you see city building and policy development. Over the course of the past 3 years, we've been shifting to focus more on stronger policy, to focus on strategic initiatives, because we know that the extent to which we have strong policy in place, in fact, shapes our development review process, that other column. But these are really the two main streams of work that's undertaken in the context of the City Planning Division. Now, I've also passed around a handout, which is from our strategic plan, that shows the 5 key functional areas that we are organized under: community planning, strategic initiatives, transportation planning, urban design, and the waterfront secretariat. It's important to note that environmental planning and the zoning bylaw are now contained within the context of strategic initiatives. But I thought this was interesting and important for you to see as well, because at the bottom of this page, you see all of the programs that we implement through city planning. Of course, the Committee of Adjustment is administered through city planning, as is heritage preservation, as is public art. There are also a series of strategic research initiatives that we undertake in city planning that then become the basis for analysis and information across the entire corporation. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in our presentation. You can see here 2013 to 2015 key service levels, and you'll notice in these 5 different areas that relate to all of the applications, so that first column that I walked through in the previous slide, that we have targets with respect to how quickly we process applications, and that we have been increasingly increasing the aggressiveness of that in order to ensure that routine applications as well as complex applications are met within specified timelines. We use these measures to evaluate how long it takes for an application to go through the development review process. However, there's a very large caveat, and it's this: that this measure does not pertain only to city planning. There are other divisions that are captured in that development review process, urban forestry, for example, transportation services, that have an impact on these timelines. And this is one of the challenges with these service levels, that they're not entirely within our control, which makes it very difficult for us to focus on service improvements. However, if you turn to the next page, you'll note that we are in the process of developing official plan implementation indicators. And this is intended to inform our service levels. This is an outcome of our 5-year strategic plan. It's a key recommendation in our strategic plan that we develop new KPIs that are in keeping with our official plan. So we get asked frequently, for example, how many affordable housing units do we seek to approve on an annual basis? Are we meeting those targets? Well, we don't currently measure that. Currently, what we measure is how quickly we process an application. But as the Tippett Road regeneration study, which was before this committee at our last committee meeting demonstrates, we actually would fail on our time KPI for Tippett Road because we took an extra 3 months to negotiate affordable housing as part of that development plan. We need to measure more robustly what it is that we're seeking to achieve in our development review process. This is why we're currently creating new KPIs that are linked directly to our objectives of our official plan. So stay posted. Those are under development right now. We have a consultant who has been hired, and we are going to be bringing back that work to this committee for review, and that work will inform our service level review that we'll be bringing forward for next year. On the next slide, you'll see the measures that relate specifically to that second column that I showed you on our program map. And this is our service level description for city building and policy development. You can see here that we have targets. We show you the actual for 2013 and 2014, as well as our target for 2015. We show what was approved as well as the actual. It's important to note that you might think we were superstars in 2014 because we, in fact, exceeded our performance level target. But it's very important to note that many of our studies are multi-year studies. And because 2014 was an election year, many of those studies were targeted to be complete in 2014. So in many ways, you need to take a 4-year look at our service levels instead of looking at them on an annual basis because it can be quite misleading. We are expecting to meet our service level target for studies, heritage conservation district plans, and citywide urban design guidelines in 2015, but you'll see that number will be lower than 2014, in part because we initiated many studies this year, given that it is a new term of council. On the next slide, you'll see our development review metrics. And it's very important to note that this is dependent on the volume of applications that are submitted by developers. So this is not a performance metric for the division, but it does reflect our workload. It's not a performance measure because this is driven by an externality, which is the submission of development applications, but it does give you a sense of the pressures that we feel and experience in delivering our service levels. So you'll see here that whereas community planning applications have declined slightly in volume, in part due to site plan control bylaw, and that was the intention of revising the site plan control bylaw, was to reduce the number of applications that we were receiving. It's very important to note that the applications we are receiving are increasing in complexity, and this continues to be a 10-year trend. Whereas a year ago, an application was one 20-story building, today an application is three 30, 40-story buildings. It also includes a heritage component. It might include a public realm component. It's challenging because that continues to be measured as one application, just like that one 18 or 20-story building is measured as one application. But as you can appreciate, the level of complexity in evaluating that application increases significantly. I'd also like to draw your attention to Committee of Adjustment because the volumes have increased significantly in 2014, and we expect that trend to continue in 2014. This is currently being driven by strong residential resale in the city as homeowners expand in place. People are making changes to their homes in place rather than moving to a new home. We fully expect that trend to continue. This has created significant pressure for our committees of adjustment, and I'll speak a little bit later to how we are seeking to address that to ensure that our service levels continue to be met. My next few slides are going to highlight some of our 2015 service delivery highlights. It's important to note that we are mid-year, so these are not complete. It's also important to note that this is just a tiny snapshot, really, of the volume of work that's being undertaken by the division, and very complex projects are represented in a relatively small line in the context of this presentation, but I welcome any questions on any of these items. We continue to see a significant amount of development application, including 214 reports to committees and council between January and August of this year, 2,796 Committee of Adjustment applications, that's up until August, and 324 planning applications, so rezonings or official plan amendments. We are continuing to advance the development permit system. Now, it's very important to know that the development permit system was identified in the context of our 2013 Corporate Service Efficiency Review. It was identified as a key strategic way to increase the efficiency of city planning by reducing the amount of rezonings and official plan amendments that are coming forward. Because essentially, development permit system is an upzoning of specific areas of the city, which means we no longer would be going through a whole community consultation process and a whole process around individual applications. We front-end that work for a specific area. We front-end the community consultation process for a specific area. That work on the development permit system is continuing. In 2014, the enabling policies were approved by City Council. Currently, the development permit system team is preparing for a hearing at the Ontario Municipal Board because these policies have in fact been appealed, and the second pre-hearing is happening on November 3rd. In the interim, we're continuing to do the background work and planning that we need to do to advance 5 pilot areas that we have been directed by City Council to advance. We continue to advance the official plan and the municipal comprehensive review, including revised policies related to transportation planning, neighborhoods and apartment neighborhoods, which are before you today, environment, housing, as well as urban design. We continue to defend the new zoning bylaw, as well as the DPS policy amendment, as well as OPA 231, and responding to various directions related to those files. We continue to lead various studies related to the Portlands planning framework, Concord Park Place, our 7 regeneration studies, as well as Consumers Road, which has been branded Consumers Next. We continue to pursue significant transportation initiatives, including leading Smart Track, the Relief Line Project Assessment, and the Scarborough Project Assessment. And we continue to advance urban design studies related to guidelines for stacked townhouses and a review of the mid-rise standards, which are before you today, as well as our civic improvement initiatives. For example, Green Streets continues to be advanced through city planning. I just want to flag for you the stacked townhouses guidelines, because in Scarborough, Etobicoke in particular, but also North York, the stacked townhouse typology is a very important typology, and these guidelines are about ensuring that we're getting a consistent design quality, not unlike what we've sought to achieve with our tall building guidelines and our mid-rise guidelines. And they're going to be coming forward later on this year to this committee. We also continue to respond to council initiatives, such as the Gardner Environmental Assessment, which is being led through the Waterfront Secretariat in City Planning, as well as the Rooming House Review, which is being co-led by City Planning and Municipal Licensing and Standards, and that has involved a significant amount of consultation over the course of 2015. We also continue to work very closely with the Affordable Housing Office on advancing the Mayor's Open Door initiative to ensure that we are advancing affordable housing in a much more aggressive way in the city. We are also initiating the Toronto Planning Review Panel. You will also be receiving an update on the Toronto Planning Review Panel at our next PGM meeting. This is an efficiency whereby instead of having panels established on a project-by-project basis again and again for all of these various initiatives that I've been talking about, We are putting in place a body of residents who are selected through a lottery who act not unlike the Urban Design Review Panel. They have a 2-year term, they go through training, and they provide advice on planning projects and reports moving forward. And that has just been recently initiated, and you received correspondence on that over the course of the past several weeks. We also continue to advance our public engagement as we are directed to do in our official plan through growing conversations, planners in public spaces, the chief planner roundtables, the TO core consultations, and the many consultations that we are continuing to unfold over this fall related to the 5 different transportation initiatives that we have underway. We've also launched a pilot of new development review signs that have been exceedingly well received by both the industry as well as by residents in the city. And if you're looking around at new development in your neighborhood, you should be noticing the new signs because we've implemented them almost everywhere at this point. I also want to highlight TO Core because this is our planning division's one of our largest and most complex studies, and this is currently underway in the downtown core. And this is a multi-divisional study where we're working with our counterparts in every division, working very closely with transportation services, with parks and recreation, with community services, in order to create a comprehensive plan to manage both hard and soft infrastructure, built form, public space, and movement systems in the downtown core. This was launched in 2014. It will continue through to 2017, and we're really in the heart of the due diligence and analysis right now. For TO Core, there's an update at the next Toronto East York Community Council meeting, and subsequent to that, there will be an update provided here at PGM on TO Core. Continuing on with the service delivery highlights, we're also continuing our annual reporting initiatives, including the Toronto Employment Survey, which is a critical piece of primary data generated by the City Planning Division, which is essential for our Economic Development Unit, as well as informing our own policy initiatives. We are continuing to issue an annual report, and we continue to issue on a regular basis our analysis of how the city grows, which again is used by divisions across the entire city to inform their policy development. We're continuing to implement the strategic plan actions through staff leads and director champions. And we're continuing our program and organizational review. Through our efficiency review, as well as a review that was undertaken in 2010, there were a series of organizational changes that were proposed for city planning. We're continuing to implement those proposals. For example, in 2014, we fully integrated the Waterfront Secretariat into the City Planning Division. We are also advancing e-service delivery. This includes harmonized processes for mapping in all the districts. It includes IBMS programming. It includes putting committee of adjustment decisions online. And there are further changes that are proposed and continuing to be rolled out over the course of this fall. We are also piloting with some of our department divisions the circulation electronically of applications. Now, to walk through a few of our challenges, one of the key challenges is that we know we have significant retirements upcoming in the 5 years. And so responding to succession planning pressures as a result of an aging workforce is a critical challenge in city planning that we're seeking to get out in front of. We are also seeking to revise Committee of Adjustment staffing levels to ensure that we're responding to increasing demand. We are also continually challenged to respond to the increasing demands of City Council and standing committees with the existing service levels and resources that we have. We also continue to be challenged with the fast tracking of emerging priority transit initiatives. So for example, 2015, our work plan and transportation planning had to be significantly revised as a result of integrating the Smart Track and RER assessment into our work program. We were directed to do so by council. We've done that, but that has implications for other priorities. We also are required to respond to the needs imposed by legislative changes. So for example, responding to Bill 73, which has been before this committee, the Greenbelt Conformity and Provincial Coordinated Review, we continue to provide input to the province on a regular basis. The disposal of surplus school lands resulting in the analysis of community hubs has been a significant part of our work in strategic planning, working with both the province and with Chris Brillinger's group in order to advance a model for community hubs and to advance pilot projects. And then lastly, another key challenge is the impact of OMB hearings on staff time and resources. You know, it flabbergasts me that nearly 2 years ago, the new zoning bylaw was approved by City Council, but for 2 years, we've been engaged in negotiations with hundreds and hundreds of people who have appealed. And that takes up, there's a whole team dedicated to dealing with those appeals of the zoning bylaw, and that will continue for at least another year or another year and a half. That's a significant challenge for us. A key opportunity is advancing the development permit system, which will mitigate those appeals and the time that we spend at the Ontario Municipal Board. Another opportunity is delivering work process solutions, particularly those related to electronic service delivery, and focusing on the continuous improvements that have been identified in our strategic plan. And lastly, I just want to highlight for you some of the initiatives that are underway. I won't go through all of these, but you can take a look at the slide. 29 of our strategic plans, 44 actions have either been implemented or initiated. We are in year 3 of a 5-year strategy. We have been meeting our annual targets for continuous improvements through our strategic plan. I'd like to urge committee members, if you are not familiar with our strategic plan, I would be more than happy to brief you one-on-one on the strategic plan and to provide you with more information, because it really points to a very strategic approach to continuous improvement for our service levels in city planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to questions, I should have and will now ask if any members of the committee have declarations of interest. And I don't see any. And then I need confirmation of the minutes. So moved by Councillor Carmichael Greb, the minutes. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Now, are there questions of the Chief Planner? Councillor Fillion.
I'll sort of cut to the chase and then go back if I need to. So far, just about every councillor I speak with, every applicant I speak with feels that we don't have the resources to. We don't have enough planners in effect. And I certainly notice that in North York, and I assume it's no different in other parts of the city, maybe just to the extent of it, perhaps. So given that I believe council would hire more planners in the community planning area, given that we, I believe, can recover all or most of the costs of that. I believe we could even cover part of the costs of the lawyers who get assigned to those files. How would you suggest we go about getting the community planning resources we need put into this year, into the 2016 budget?
Through the chair, 2 observations. The first is that as a result of our increased volume in Committee of Adjustment applications, we are creating a series of temp positions to add temporary staff to assist with the volume with Committee of Adjustment. That's the first observation. The second is that we, in the context of our budget review right now, are going through a fee review. The intention is to continually ensure that not only is the fee, the development application review fee, addressing inflation, but also is accurately reflecting the level of work involved with each application. And the third observation is that we would need specific direction to go away and in fact look at that, because we have a direction from the mayor right now to be reducing our budget by 2%. So you don't look at ways to reduce your budget and to increase it at the same time. So if we had direction to do so, we would be obliged to go and look at what the implications would be for our staffing levels.
No direction from this committee, for example.
That's correct.
And because we are able to increase revenue to offset expenditures, is it not possible to get sufficient resources without it costing the city money, in effect?
Through the chair, absolutely.
So then, if one was wished to have that done, then the appropriate thing is to make a motion today for a report back to this committee so that we can advocate in that manner to the Budget Committee and Council.
Through the chair, if that's the will of this committee, absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to our Chief Planner. So with respect to the fee review, just walk me through it. A developer comes in, they have a 30-story tower that they want to approve. How do we come up with the fee that they need to pay?
Through the chair, the fee is formula-based, and it's on a square footage basis, and there's a whole variety of considerations that are integrated into that fee. I don't have all of them off the top of my head, but there's a portion of the fee that's allocated to social services, to transit, to other infrastructure needs. The fee also accounts for the staff time. It's intended to be a full cost recovery model. We are currently going through a review because every several years we go through a review to ensure that there continues to be an accurate alignment between the level of effort that's being brought forward by staff and the amount that's being charged in that fee. Finance plays a significant role in moderating that, and we hire a private consultant, Watsons and Associates, who has been conducting this review for quite some time now and has developed an expertise in ensuring the calibration is defensible. If it's not defensible, the fee can be appealed to the Ontario Municipal Board. So our due diligence and ensuring that the fee is fair and transparent is a critical part of it being advanced.
So it's just basically averaged out with respect to, we'll look at a bunch of applications and say, if it's a 20-story, if it's a 30-story, it's a 40-story. So with respect to, you mentioned staff time, we actually, we don't measure staff time on a per application basis, do we? Or do we not?
Through the chair, one of the challenges is that the staff time can vary quite significantly depending on the application. Currently, the application is determined by measuring the scale of the project, so a square footage basis. But we do, in fact, have a formula that we've created, and that is, in fact, used by Watsons and Associates, where we expect certain tasks to take a certain amount of time by the planner. It's an order of magnitude assessment.
Okay, but there's no technology in place to ensure that those measurements are being held up by our planners, the amount of time that we expect them to take. How do we measure if or not they've actually taken the appropriate amount of time?
Through the chair, it's a very subjective process, so an appropriate amount of time is difficult to assess. For example, you can have a developer who walks in the door on an application that 99.9% conforms to our guidelines, is going to take very little time to go through the review process. On the other hand, you might have a developer walking in with a proposal that's missing documents, which is frequently the case, or we do a review of the heritage assessment and discover that it has significant gaps in it, so there's more time that's required from heritage, or they might not have a similar opinion with parks and forestry on the tree canopy on a site. That will involve more or less negotiation. So it is dependent on a whole series of variables including what we receive from the developer and how closely what we receive is in alignment with our policy framework. So there is quite a significant amount of variance. Some projects involve a lot of negotiation and multiple meetings with the community because there isn't a lot of consensus. Some projects go forward quite quickly, and the scale of the project isn't necessarily the indicator. One of the challenges we have now is that many of our mid-rise projects are quite contentious, and they're smaller projects with a smaller fee, but they involve a lot of negotiation.
Okay, so if, so you've said that there are some developers that might come in and they're already 95% there, they're almost in conformity, so that's going to take less time than developers that are coming in that don't quite understand how we'd like them to operate. So with those two scenarios, if they both come in with a 30-story building, are they paying the same fee?
Through the chair, yes, the fee is calculated on the per square footage basis. It's not based on actual workload because that would be very difficult to ascertain.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On slide 7, you indicate that community planning applications are down by 20% in 2014 and 15 over the prior 2 years, 2012 and 13. Just wondering why you are anticipating a 20% increase for 2016 and 17. Is there something that indicates that there's going to be a big jump?
Through the chair, the assessment, you can see that there's a cycle and it's very difficult. You need to look over not only a 4-year cycle, but a whole series of variables come into play that we take into account in this assessment, including we often see a bump in applications just before a fee increase. So you'll see the number in 2011 is quite high. There was a fee increase. Developers will often submit their application just prior to the fee increase so that they're not, in fact, going to be subjected to the new fee. That will create the perception that there was a much higher volume in one year than another, but in reality, many of those applications continued to be assessed and evaluated over a 2 to 3 year period. So the workload is in fact quite consistent. That's the other consideration here. So what you see here with the projection is really an average given the strength that we continue to see in the development we continue to see in the market.
So this is your best guess then?
The projections always are, yes.
Because I mean, generally, since 2011, we're seeing a decline in the number of applications.
To be very clear, we're not seeing a decline, and I should have this number in front of me, but we're not seeing a decline in the number of feet being applied for, which is very different from the number of applications. This is the point that I was making where the applications that we're receiving are becoming more and more complex. So whereas today, one application might have 3 buildings, 5 years ago, one application probably had 1 building.
So do we know, sorry to interrupt, do we know how many applications are complex and how many are?
Yes, we do. So we categorize the applications in terms of what is routine and what is complex, but we also evaluate and we tabulate the number of square footage that have been applied for. On that basis, we continue to exceed every previous year the volume of square footage being applied for.
Why would square footage increase the complexity of an application?
It doesn't, through the chair, necessarily, but we do know that applications are getting larger and larger. When the application gets larger, it's more complex. When you have 2 buildings instead of 1, now there's a conversation about separation distances that needs to happen. There tend to be considerations that are much more significant around public space and the public realm when it's multiple buildings as opposed to 1 building. When multiple buildings are being proposed, we start looking at the community services that are required to serve that new population in that new building.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much. I want to understand the disparity between, or the time difference and where the clock starts when an application is submitted, and an application is submitted incomplete, or an application is submitted fully complete with all the proper documentation. When does the clock start for the planners?
Through the chair, the clock starts when the application is complete, and it's important to note that many applications are submitted incomplete.
So oftentimes when we are meeting with applicants or developers or property owners with development aspirations, and they say, I've submitted my application, the application's incomplete, it's been 2 years, I'm not getting a response, it's because it's incomplete, is that correct?
Through the chair, that's absolutely correct.
And how do we, but we open the file for them, we communicate with them, but there's nothing that we can do that brings them to a complete submission.
Through the chair, it's entirely at the discretion of the applicant how quickly they would like to advance their application. So to your point, Councillor, frequently they will test the waters by submitting something and seeking some kind of a response, but they have other details they're working out, and as a result, they're not aggressively advancing the application, which is not within our control.
And given the volume of applications that are submitted, what's the ratio of those that are ready to go for a full review, internal review, and those that are incomplete? I just want to know how much of our time is being spent on trying to get more information, communicating with the aspiring developer or applicant.
Through the chair, I do not have that number in front of me, but I think it would not be unreasonable as a ballpark or order of magnitude to say that at any given time, 20% of the files that we have are waiting for further information.
And do planning staff treat that 20% of incomplete applications the same as the completed application, trying to bring them to a place where all the documents are filed and ready to go for submission?
Through the chair, that varies greatly. It depends on whether the developer is actively engaged or whether the developer is not actively engaged. So an application can be submitted and the developer can be actively engaged. A good example is the West Bank project on the Honest Ed sites, where there have been almost 2 years of community meetings in advance of any application being submitted.
Is it not to our benefit to not give applicants or during the preliminary stage of submission, not too much of our staff time or our time at City Hall until the application is fully complete, so and all documentation is before us? I don't want to waste our time, because you obviously have an incredible workload, but we're spending a lot of time talking to people who may or may not complete their submissions.
Through the chair, you've raised a matter which has garnered great debate in the City Planning Division, because on the one hand, all of that work that we do prior to the application being complete and having received the fee is in fact time that we're not recouping. On the other hand, often working with the developer so that when they do finalize their application, it is much, much closer to our expectations, can shorten the amount of time once it is complete. So there are two sides to that coin. We have been engaged in a review through our Business Performance and Standards Unit to identify a fee for pre-application meetings, such that we begin charging on a one-off basis for those meetings, because currently, to your point, we often do a tremendous amount of work that isn't technically included in that fee envelope.
And when can we expect that, I guess, that report to come back? Or is that something that you'll be doing internally, and does it come back to this committee?
Through the chair, that's something that we've been doing internally. We've in fact consulted with the development industry, and there is interest in this fee, in part because developers would like more access to staff before an application is submitted. Typically, we do 1 or 2 meetings, but we are looking at implementing that likely this fall. But there's some glitches in terms of how we implement it.
And final question, with respect to the workload between the 4 districts, do you have equal numbers of planner, or is the planning staff allocated in the districts according to the workload? Does every planner have 20 files, or do some planners have 20 files and some planners have 5 files?
Through the chair, we manage the workload on a district-by-district basis, and we evaluate across the entire City Planning Division where we have pressure points. To give you an example, when certain initiatives come forward, it can create a lot of pressure in one area and not in another. Different applications need a different level of attention, so you might have a planner that has 5 files, or a planner that has 1 file, depending on the level of effort that's required for those files. As a case in point, in North York, we found that it was critical to have additional resources allocated specifically to Lawrence Heights, and we now have a planner full-time working on advancing Lawrence Heights because it is such a critical priority and there was so much work involved in that area. That said, given that the workload is constantly changing, we're constantly evaluating, and we have staff that assist in other areas. Yesterday, I reviewed with Lorna Day, the Community Planning Director in Scarborough, all of the additional citywide projects that Scarborough staff are undertaking on behalf of the entire city, which is a really critical way that we balance out the workload. So for example, the Stacked Townhouse Guidelines, which is a major project, is being led by a manager in Scarborough. So that brings her workload well over 100%.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the issue, though, is very complex because no 2 applications take the same amount of work, and very often, as Councillor Wong Tam, you've said in your questions, an applicant wants to know, what do you think? Probably the biggest question that someone has when they're buying a piece of property in the city is, what do you think, no matter what your policies and plans are, because they were satisfied with the official plan and zoning on the site, they wouldn't be asking you. And the number of applications, as Councillor Campbell has pointed out, has gone down from the 700s to the 500s. So by statistics alone, it says, why do you need more staff? So I guess the question is, and I know Councillor Fillion would like and has a motion where he'd like to ask you to come back and say, well, how do we hire more staff? What can you provide to the committee and then to council to allow us to see better inside as to how those demands are being put upon yourself? They also fall into the policies and guidelines across the city, so there's a better way to measure, and from our perspective, as to why you need additional staff. And the second issue is why they can't be covered from additional revenue that you might be able to get because you are fee for service.
Through you,
Through me to me.
through you to you. I'm not sure what the protocol is.
I know, I've done a lot of speaking, a lot of questioning this morning and answering without saying anything, but through me to me, okay.
Through you to you.
So now I actually know what I think.
With all due respect to you. One of the challenges has to do with the number of positions that we are allocated, because we have additional revenue that is generated through the fee, but I don't have additional positions. So it's very difficult because the only way to secure additional staff, for example, to assist with the Committee of Adjustment volume, is through temporary positions. But it's very difficult to get full-time professionals to come into a temporary position. It would be much better if those could be permanent positions. So the fee is there, the position isn't there. So
We understand.
That's the
that.
challenge.
The question is, if we would like to see the department have more staff in it to process the applications more efficiently and be able to give better advice, we have to be able to relate that to the revenue that you are collecting or the increase in revenue, so it might appear to be fair because based on the revenue is the workload, and if there's no additional pressure on the city budget, that would be the ask, I think, from the committee to you. So my question is, can you bring something back to us that will help us do that to show that there would be a no net impact on the city budget?
absolutely.
Okay. Part of it, though, I would also ask when you do it, and if you can, is the issue of streamlining the reporting from all the divisions, because a city planner often acts as a coordinator between forestry, between transportation, between water, and all the other divisions. And there are delays and different standards that are set, and some of the divisions are much slower than others in different parts of the city. And that then adds to the frustration of someone with an application that may actually be minor in nature or not major, and they'd like to get it through the process, but they can't get an answer. So how can we get you to deal with that as well? Because it does affect your performance standards when forestry might be taking longer in Toronto than it might in North York to respond to an issue, and now all of a sudden the whole application is held up, or transportation services for some reason had an issue they weren't able to resolve. So how can we find ways to ask for that to be improved in the 2016 service level as you're the coordinator?
The best way for us to do that is through the Developing Toronto Steering Committee, where we have all of those different divisions that sit around the table. We have some pretty good data at this point that looks at how much time it takes and where the applications in fact get stuck. And we can use that analysis to identify where there might be a resource gap. Sometimes it's a process gap, sometimes it's a resource gap. So we can look at that and bring a recommendation back to you.
And Committee of Adjustment, for example, in North York is just full of applications. And I think you might have heard me say before, I question the people that are making them, because everyone wants a variance in the side yard, the coverage, maybe the setbacks, et cetera. We just did new standards. Do you have, or can you provide us with some information that shows how many applications might have been made for single-family homes to the building department, and how many of those applications required variances? So we can try to measure whether the new bylaws, which were supposed to get away from having all the variances, have done any good in that case, or everyone's just asking for variances anyways.
Through you, absolutely. It's important to note, I think one of the challenges is that there's a very, very strong renovation industry in the city right now, and that is driving those variances. But the performance of the Committee of Adjustment in its decision-making is also part of the challenge. It's about managing the expectation. So we are implementing over the course of this fall a very comprehensive and aggressive training program with our new Committee of Adjustment members. The objective being to get stronger and better decisions from the committee. My hope is that that in fact will temper some of those applications which shouldn't be coming forward to the committee, will be met with a sober second thought as opposed to an application.
Thank you. Are there members that have second rounds of questions? Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just as a follow-up to some of my questions before, is it fair that developers pay the same fee even if one developer takes up a fraction of the time that another developer takes up of our staff time for the same, say, type of building?
Through the chair, the objective of the formula right now, which has been developed through a very comprehensive review process that has involved the industry and that is responsive to provincial legislation, is precisely to ensure fairness. And the model has been devised in a way that I believe is fair and seeks to be as fair as possible.
So then how do we, because to me, I don't think that we've achieved fairness if a developer is coming to the table and bringing us an application that's going to take a fraction of the time as someone else. But if we're, as Councillor Fillion states, he's got issues, he can't get applications approved on time and looking for more staff. But if there was a fair system, let's say we just went really, really simple and just charged people for the amount of time it took our planners to look at their files, wouldn't we be able to reward developers that came in and made our lives easier? Wouldn't that be an objective that we would want to try and achieve, is to reward people to streamline their application so it takes less of our time? Because I don't know how the system is built for us to bring in those types of incentives if we're just charging the same no matter how sloppy or how proficient you are in your application process.
Through the chair, there already is a built-in incentive for the development industry because the most expensive cost to the industry is in fact the carrying time through that development review process. So there's a built-in incentive because it's very costly for the developer if the process is very long. So there already is an inherent incentive for the developer to expedite that process if that is in fact their objective. In some instances, it's not an objective because a developer may be juggling several different projects and they don't want to bring them all to market at the same time. So one project might, they're initiating that project, but they're thinking on a 5-year timeline. So that has an implication on our time as well. It's the opposite in terms of the incentive. So it's a very complex process with a myriad of variables and a myriad of motivations on the part of the industry for how they proceed. And I believe the system right now provides the incentive to the extent that we have clear policies and guidelines to mitigate a long process for the industry if that's what they so choose.
Okay, thank you.
Just quickly for you, Jennifer. Do you do an annual cost of living increase in your fees?
The fee increases based on the rate of inflation.
So that's already in place.
Correct. It's 2%.
Okay.
Councillor Fillion.
So I have I think, a fairly simple motion that the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, report as soon as possible to the Planning and Growth Management Committee on the hiring of additional planners in the community planning area and the necessary fee increases to cover the cost of such additional staff in the 2016 budget. And I have no doubt that there is the political support for this, particularly if we can do it in a way that costs us little or nothing in additional costs. Will anybody complain about the increase in fees if it speeds things up? Absolutely not. I've never had an applicant complain about the fees, but I've had 120 applicants complain about the delays and how much time that costs them. The Committee of Adjustment fees somehow need to be altered to make a distinction between, a variance for somebody's rear deck, which I assume those variances may still exist in some parts of the city, and the ones that are severances with 2 pages of variances and require a huge amount of staff time. Those applications, just to put it in scale, how much money we're talking about and how it's completely insignificant our fees are. There was a house on my street, and initially it's a lot that could be severed, was sold by the original owner for 1.3, got immediately flipped for 1.6, and then got immediately flipped for 2.1. The new houses are now going for, the houses that are built on these lots are now going for in excess of $2.8 million. And the applicants all show up at the Committee of Adjustment with lawyers and planning consultants. And meanwhile, we're charging them some teeny tiny fee for stuff that causes us a tremendous amount of work, and that sometimes ends up at the board, with an outside planner because our planners don't have enough time to properly analyze these things. The cost to us of not dealing with applications in a timely manner, again, to use one that I'm familiar with, where we fortunately settled something within a month of it going to the board with the applicant. It was actually a fairly easy matter to settle, got appealed because the applicant just got fed up. And the amount of effort that it then took, I think there was pre-hearings at the OMB, there was mediation sessions involving multiple departments and the legal staff, urban design staff, the number of hours that then got taken up dealing with that appeal because we didn't have the resources to deal with it in a timely manner, so the applicant didn't go to the board. The number of times that we get reports to council within a month or two of something going to the board because the staff presumably couldn't get it done sooner. I assume they're not doing that on purpose. All of this takes a tremendous toll on us, and there's a really simple solution, is hire more community planners and increase the fees. You know, all in favor, opposed, carried. That's, you know, it will really be as simple as that if we just get a report outlining how to do this in a manner that meets all of the provincial guidelines, et cetera.
So members, before we go on, if you want, because the item that we have in front of us is both planning and the building department, so I thought, Councillor Fillion, that you were going to have some more questions. So your motion's here and you've spoken, but I think it'd be best to get the building department to do their presentation as well. Your motion's been tabled and you're there, and then we can deal with it comprehensively on the budget. Did you have a question of Councillor Fillion? Councillor Campbell? Go ahead.
While I appreciate the sentiments, why, when we're talking about workload for staff, why do we feel it's necessary to ask them to do a report when they'll probably go through that process in accordance with the budget process?
The chief planner explained that the direction they've received is 2% decrease, and for them to do anything, report on anything other than that, they would need direction.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the other half of the presentation, which is the other half of the city dealing with applications, is the building department. So, John, you've got the presentation this year?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of committee. I'll go through this quickly and then we'll take any questions at the end. To start off, we'll just go through the program map, our service levels and performance, challenges and opportunities, strategies we're employing to address the issues and opportunities, and then the priority actions to achieve results. Our program map is essentially split up into two sections, building permission and information, that's permit issuance, and then building compliance, that's largely inspections, investigations, and also then sign tax collection and billing.
All right, John, can you read your own slide there?
No,
Okay.
but now you're forcing me to
That's-
admit I'm getting old.
That's not a habit in the building department to give us stuff we can't really read, is it?
No.
Okay.
So generally, when we look at our service levels for the building permission and information, we continue to have strong pressures in terms of workload volumes. We're experiencing a modest improvement in our turnaround times generally, and we also have pressures from things like the dual zoning review that we continue. That the chief planner alluded to that in her comments. The challenges with the new zoning bylaw and the appeals underway that stand in the way of that coming into kind of full force and effect and allowing us to move forward with one zoning bylaw. So that's a significant pressure on Toronto Building when it comes to our ability to process applications for permit. For the building permissions and information, again, sustained high volumes are impacting our services, but we are maintaining fairly decent numbers, and they're not sagging to any extent. We've got a slight increase in performance on complaints, still slightly below target due to those high volumes. We do have approval in 2015, in the 2015 budget for additional inspectors to increase some of those service levels, and our expectation is that will improve performance as well. In terms of the trends, complete permits are trending quite well at 95% for permits and 99% for fast track. These are complete applications. They're generally trending upward or improving, and I'll explain later some reasons for that. Incomplete are on target. Again, pressures from the high volumes. Filling our hard work to fill vacancies has improved our ability to turn these around with a little bit of improvement in our performance to where we're getting. These are in incomplete applications. For permits, we're at 75%. turnaround in compliance with timelines, and fast track 94%. For signed permit issuance, we're on target, and those are running at 80% within the timeframes. And then mandatory inspections, the trend is again positive at about 92% within the timeframes. For construction complaints, we're currently at 79% with a target of 80% within 2 days. And for permit-related complaints, we're running slightly above target, the target of 86%, and we're running at 87%. There have been, as I mentioned earlier, we have approval for some new staff that will particularly focus on the higher areas of complaint. That's infill housing, and we're expecting to see an increase as a result in that performance once we get those new staff online. In terms of some of our service challenges and opportunities, of course, as I've alluded to, the high rate of the high volumes are challenges to maintain and improve the rate of processing those applications. The high levels, of course, of development and construction. Succession planning, as the chief planner alluded to, is a challenge for Toronto Building as well. We have large numbers of staff who will be retiring in the coming few years, and we're working on succession planning to address that. We're also reviewing the 311 service model, reviewing our linkages to 311, and doing things like updating the knowledge base, looking at ways of improving or making our services more accessible. And also we're conducting a preliminary zoning service review. That is an area of our business that is the biggest challenge, or one of the biggest challenges for us, and we are looking at ways of improving that service. In terms of opportunities, continuing to implement our electronic service delivery enhancements will make our services easier for our clients to access and reduce the number of in-person transactions. That's been very well received by our clients. And continued improvements in plan review performance by implementing some of the recommendations from our efficiency review and improving communication and education of our clients. In terms of some of the strategies that we're employing to address challenges and opportunities, as I alluded to, the electronic service delivery project, including the development of our new portal, will begin to roll out in 2016 and then continue through 2018 when we expect the portal to be fully complete. We're also looking at the development and implementation of electronic approval processes to improve turnaround times with external agencies and other city divisions, including electronic circulation to heritage preservation services, transportation, forestry, and public health. We're also looking at harmonizing customer service functions across districts. We've recently rolled out a common customer service telephone line that is a single point of contact for our clients. Again, that's been very well received and offers us the ability to track our response times a lot more closely. We've recently completed enhancements to the North York customer service planning counter to support the corporate review of counter services led through the city manager's office. And we're also working on improving access to older building records and improving turnaround times for those records requests. We're in the process of digitizing our old records. I'll stop short of saying all of our old records. That's a Herculean project, but we are digitizing all of our old records. It gives us the ability to electronically fulfill those requests very quickly, as opposed to a manual search of old records that took place in the past. Some of the strategies to address challenges and opportunities, we're going to implement the Excellence Toronto Common Management Framework Program. We're developing a Toronto Building Service Plan to take us forward into the future. We're going to implement recommendations of the Service Efficiency Review conducted in Plan Review, initiate the development of a divisional succession plan and update our onboarding program. We're going to develop and implement divisional change management process, and further harmonize customer service functions across districts through some of the 311 stuff that I spoke of a minute or two ago. Some of the priority actions we're looking at to achieve results. We're going to develop a Toronto Building self-service channel, and that is our ESD program generally. And you can see over the coming years it will slowly ramp up, and our forecast is to have 75% of our client access using this self-service channel by 2018. We're also looking at electronic integration of services, as I mentioned, and that is dependent, of course, on helping some of our internal and external partners move along with their electronic service delivery as well. I referred to building digitization of building records, and also improving consistency by developing some of the automated checklists to make it easier for our clients to understand our processes and understand what it is we're looking for when we review their work or their applications. Some of our challenges, service challenges in the building compliance end of the building, we have a significant number of dormant or stale permits, and that's not a problem unique to Toronto. It is pretty much across the board in all of Ontario. However, we've got some new hires that are going to focus on cleaning up those old permits. Succession planning, as I alluded to before, is a challenge that we're working on, as is responding to complaints on residential infill construction. We have new hires to address that. And then we're increasing our capacity to support quality assurance and training efforts across the division. Some of our opportunities, we're establishing the dedicated enforcement unit alluded to a moment ago. We're increasing the service level for smaller construction and renovation projects by requiring an additional mandatory inspection and developing an enhanced training curriculum and program for building inspectors that'll help us bring building inspectors online much more quickly after they're hired. Strategies to address the challenges and opportunities. The strategic business process review is complete, and the development of an action plan for inspection services is in progress. As I mentioned, we're establishing a proactive enforcement unit. We're going to improve our response to complaints regarding infill construction projects with a number of new hires and development of the annual training program that I mentioned. And then the strategies, I won't repeat the ones I've repeated for the other part of the business, but we need to implement the recommendations from the strategic business process review conducted in inspection services, implement the ability to request and obtain inspection status through the self-service channel, initiate the development of a divisional succession plan and update our onboarding program for new employees. We're going to pilot a process for closing inactive permits so that we can clean up the old dormant permits, and establish a dedicated enforcement unit, and then develop the training curriculum and program, and then a strategy to coordinate the city's response to nuisance-type issues at residential construction sites that tends to be very time-consuming in our business. In terms of our priority actions to achieve results, we are on target generally to conduct our mandatory inspections within 2 days of the request. As I've mentioned a couple of times, reducing the dormant permits is an action that's currently underway. Developing training curriculum is well underway, and the number of new inspectors trained, we're hoping to improve the efficiency of training of our inspectors so we have a productive inspector in the field far more quickly after they're hired. And then the new online inspection service request channel that we're developing is something that's being demanded by our clients, but it is also something that we think, in concert with the ability of clients, including owners, to get those inspection results quickly afterwards, we wind up with many more people helping us achieve our bottom line, which is compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Are there questions? Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. A couple of areas. First, with the building inspections, which you just mentioned, and it's, similar to the planning issue. I'm wondering if we have enough building inspectors. In the report, it talks about the inspections, within a certain time frame of them being requested. Does that mean the inspector always shows up on site, or do they sometimes say, oh, send me something from your engineer, send me a survey, send me something, rather than them actually appearing at the building site?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, we have increased our complement of inspectors this year. The hiring is currently underway, so it is in the budget. We've got 13 new hires. Very many of those will be focused on the infill housing projects. In terms of, sorry, can you?
So the inspections, just to put it in simple terms, as you know, I have some concerns that the inspectors are not properly inspecting. I don't know whether that's I could be wrong, or if I am right, whether it's a staffing issue or whether it's there aren't enough people issue. But I've heard from builders, for example, that the inspector will say, oh, I don't have time to come out, just send me an engineer's report saying you've, done such and such properly.
Thank you. Through the chair, no, I think that, number one, inspections are required, particularly for housing. We do come across circumstances where a builder has gone ahead without inspection. Those are, in my experience, less than they were a number of years ago. But it is still a challenge, and then once that happens, we need to determine how best we respond to it. So I don't think you often come across a circumstance where inspectors are telling people, no, I'm not coming out, get me an engineer's report. It tends to be more a case where the builder has moved past that, and then we need to decide how best to fix it. And usually it's a combination of both inspection and conceivably professional reports as well.
So I think it's both of those. So if we looked back through inspection reports, would you be confident that in the vast majority of cases, the inspector appeared at the construction site within the 48-hour period and personally did an inspection?
Yes, yes, I would be confident in the majority of circumstances that is happening.
Well, more than the majority, and would it be unusual to do it any other way?
Yes, through the chair, to put a number on it is a little challenging, but I would suspect that the number of visits by an inspector in response to an inspection request are upwards of 90%.
So are you confident that in order to inspect properly and within, so the two issues, one is the time frame and the other being to do a proper inspection, could you use more building inspectors in order to do that, or are you confident that you have as many as you need to do that now?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's a balance, Councillor, but I do think we've got enough. We have increased our numbers by 13. That's a fairly significant number. I think deploying those appropriately across the city will give us the increased capacity we need to address some of the issues that you're experiencing with infill housing in particular.
So how many building inspectors would we have for infill housing in North York?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. I'm looking over to Will Johnson to see if he can help, but I would, my recollection of that number is it's in the neighborhood of 18 to 20, I believe, with an increase coming, as I say.
Okay, so maybe offline, I'll ask you for those
Sure.
stats and compared to the number of building permits, et cetera.
We can provide that, sure.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Were there other questions of John? You don't have to, Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Do we have any technology that, that we utilize to track movements of our inspectors day to day, how much time they're spending at each site, where they're going, all that kind of stuff?
Yes and no. In terms of kind of continuous, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, in terms of continuous monitoring of precisely where an inspector is and how long they stay at any project, no, we don't have that real-time capacity. We do, however, the inspectors do conduct their inspections and enter their inspection data via remote devices, which gives us a fairly decent handle on the extent of each inspection through the day and where they've spent their time. It's necessary to be able to manage the performance of our field inspectors to have that sort of capability.
Okay, so if I came to you offline and asked for maybe a report of that performance of the West District inspectors, you could provide that for me?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, we could provide you with, for example, the number of inspections conducted by inspectors in a specific area. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Campbell?
So I'm just trying to understand the percentages. So on, let's say, slide 4, you've got under construction permit review, includes demolition, complete applications, you've got in 2014, approved 82%, actual 95%. Explain that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Our approved, what we proposed to achieve was an 82% response within whatever the target timelines are, so that there are varying target times from 10 days to 30 days, depending on the complexity of the project. We had proposed, based on volumes and staffing, to achieve a target of 82%, and our actual achieved in 2014 was 95.
Okay, so all right, so on the next slide, sign, mandatory inspection for sign permits. What are those timeframes? You've got, for example, 95% approved actual. That would be slide 5.
Thank you. Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so it's mandatory inspections for sign permits, similar kind of targets. So our target turnaround is 2 days on a sign from the time you call us to tell us you're ready for your inspection till the time we get out there. Can we achieve that within 2 days? Our target was 95, and we achieved that.
Okay, and then on to slide 6. Can you just explain a little bit about residential fast track? I haven't heard of that. I'm not familiar with that.
Residential fast track is through you, Mr. Chair, a faster service that we offer for smaller projects. So if somebody has a smaller project, 100 meters, 100 square meters or less, and these include small additions, those kinds of things, small renovations, decks. We offer effectively an over-the-counter service with a faster turnaround time for those kinds of things. It's usually a smaller homeowner wanting to come in and do something quickly. Quite often, these are projects that they've decided to do kind of on the spur of the moment, and we're offering an expedited service. And our trend for that is we've been fairly successful at increasing that service to where we can issue those permits very quickly.
So do they pay extra, less? Is it the same amount? They just get at a faster, and what percentage, is this a large volume or a small volume?
It's, through you, Mr. Chair, it's a fairly large volume. I mean, it is only a portion of the projects that could fall into this kind of thing. It tends to be the smaller ones. But yeah, it's the type of thing that is quite successful. There isn't an added fee for that. We aren't particularly offering more services. We're just offering the services more quickly, and to some extent it serves our purposes too. To get something in and out, kind of over and done with, is an efficient way for us to operate too.
And what is a stale or dormant permit?
Through you, Mr. Chair, quite often we encounter circumstances where towards the end of a project, we've done our final inspection, builder forgot caulking around a window, forgot to put the floor registers in, weren't quite ready, hadn't finished the carpeting, which we don't inspect, hadn't finished off small items. The problem is that ours is a demand-based system, and the builders quite often forget or just fail to call us back. As a result, years later, we've still got a dormant permit with little items still outstanding. Much more difficult now that you've got a homeowner living in the property and working for us to get back in and get those resolved. So we're working very hard and are hiring some inspectors to try to address those old dormant permits that have those little items outstanding that we need to clean up.
Okay, and then just one last, under strategies, this is slide 18, just the second from the bottom. You've got develop a training curriculum and program for building inspectors. I would have thought one would have been in place long ago.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is. We've had a training program in place. However, in response to our new hires, plus in recognition of the succession management challenges we have coming up, we feel there's a benefit to having a much more kind of coordinated training program for inspectors. The benefit to us is, as opposed to having to go to the provincial testing or course and examination program where you need to wait till they have their next course on. If we take charge of that ourselves, we can do a faster job at getting a new hire up to speed and actually productive for us.
Okay, good, thank you. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. John, what's your gapping target?
John, 2%? It's 2%, Councillor.
Yours is
2%.
2%.
Yes.
A question of the chief planner. What's your gapping target?
3.8%.
What did you achieve this year?
3.8%.
John, what did you achieve this year?
I think we exceeded ours due to vacancies. I think we're in the realm of 3. 3.2.
Okay. I'll speak after. Are there any other questions of the building department? If not, I keep hearing things going up and down behind me. First I was answering myself earlier today, and now I'm hearing screens go up and down. Is this a test of the emergency warning system or something? Are we finished with the screens? Are we done? Great. Okay, so are there other speakers to this item, the budgets? Councillor Fillion, and then I do have a motion.
Thank you.
The
I agree
timer's
by
gone
the,
off now, folks. I don't know why we're changing everything, and there we go. We'll reset. Thank you.
and I agree, by the way, Mr. Chair, with where I think you're going, which is inappropriate to gap positions for which we charge a fee. The motion is, the first part is the same as previously, oh no, sorry, it's added, I added, and that the report consider other needed positions within city planning which could generate full cost recovery. The chief planner has brought to my attention there may be other positions outside of community planning which would be desirable to fill, which could also be the cost of which could be generated through fees. And the city the solicitor reminded me that for every planning application, a lawyer has to be assigned. And so there's also been a tremendous strain on legal planning because of the workload and the increased number of appeals and the complexity of applications, et cetera. So I would also add that the city solicitor report as soon as possible to the Planning and Growth Management Committee on the need for additional planning lawyers to meet the increased demand and whose costs could also be recovered through development fees.
Thank you. So then I'll speak briefly.
Yeah.
First of all, I have two motions. The first motion is to eliminate the gapping in both divisions. I'll speak to it. The second motion is that the revised presentation be referred to the Budget Committee, which is what we have to do as a committee, so they have the presentation. So what we're talking about today is a service level in both of the divisions, which is improving, in particular in the building department. We're getting less complaints, which has to be a good thing, because less complaints means you must be out there doing better service, and we appreciate that very much. And we have a building and we have a planning department that gets some very complex applications, has tremendous policies that they have to deal with, and a huge amount of pressure across the city, because I don't think there's any city in North America that has the amount of development that we have. And the issues are so complex because my colleagues, your questions are absolutely right, Councillor DiCiano. Why, if someone's complete, do they have to go through a longer process? But on the other hand, Councillor Campbell's right. Why, if there's less applications, do you need more staff? And that's because of the complexity of the work that we're doing, the changes that we have, and most of it is infill development within the city. And in fact, there are stats that I'm going to try to get that show the number of single-family homes that have been lost right across the city for the new intensification of the multi-res homes, because we're losing them tremendously. And just think, when a single-family home is gone in our communities, there's a tremendous amount of pressure from the residents as to the change in that community. And then we have policies in place that are great because we try and guide the development through the city, but then the developers or the applicants may not like the policies. They're not part of the official plan. All of a sudden, that gets appealed to the board, and then it starts the fact of our professionals having to go to defend the intent and the wish of council. It gets extremely complex. In regards to the gapping, there is definitely a problem in the divisions in being able to deliver the service that they should do, and yet with that in mind, they're asked in the case of planning department to have almost 4% of their staff not there. That's what gapping says. Charge for service, but don't deliver it, because you're charging based on a full complement, but you're not delivering it based on a full complement. So I don't support that. I think the staffing level should be assigned. The department should run their budget to the budget that they're assigned, that they should have a staffing chart that shows an organizational chart, what they need to deliver it. They should not come in over budget at the end of the year, but they should be able to manage that. And if their revenues are exceeded because of additional applications, they should be able to provide the service levels based on the revenues that they're receiving within the division. These are service-based divisions, and they charge for their services. So that's the reason for the motion that I have there. On the rest of the issues that we have in front of us, it's extremely complex to be able to determine what is or what isn't the intent of someone making an application. And very often they go into a process wanting to know, what do you think? And they want to know from the planning department, what do you think, as they may come to us as councillors, because they want to do something different than what the official plan might say, or the zoning might say, changing to the official plan, and know where it's going to fit. It's important to allow that process to go through. You really have to have the dialogue back and forth. But on both sides, both the applicants and the staff have to understand where it is and give some guidance. But no staff is going to say to an applicant, which they like, yeah, if you show us a plan like this, that's going to be great. Because we also have to remember that the planning division is a coordinator. that the applications go out, as we know, right across the city. Part of it to the internal divisions within planning for the urban design and the transportation issues, and part of it across the city for the other impacts that we have, and those impacts are great. So to be able to deal with this complex situation is difficult. One thing that I would really ask to encourage, and I can't put it in a motion, but to our chief planner, you've heard me speak about it. I think more and more when two parties don't agree, and there might be an application going to the board, we have to try and get mediation in. We have to get the parties to sit down on both sides before you start to call the professional planners in and make the arguments that are made in front of the board, in front of an adjudicator, to understand the issue of both and see if they can be resolved. I mean, you were great. We found a way to resolve Tippett Road. There were differences. There were many other applications across the city which you've also been very able to resolve. So I think that we have to put more efforts on that internally to see what we can do to try and resolve the issues before it actually goes to a board hearing. And someone's got to speak first, because it's often you may not say, well, do you want to mediate, as if you're weak. I don't take it as a question of weakness. I take it as a question of fairness, of resolution, of trying to get the issues on the table and see if you can resolve the matters in a prompt and efficient manner and avoid a hearing going off to the Ontario Municipal Board because you've been able to find it. Otherwise, I have nothing else. I have the motions that are here. I'm prepared to support Councillor Fillion's motion, at least for a report back. I know not all of my colleagues may like that, but I'd like to see if we can't eliminate the gapping, then I would have to support the additional staff. If we can eliminate the gapping, I would not support or be looking for additional staff because they will come to us by the elimination of gapping. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Campbell?
Well, I'm not going to support either motion because I'm unconvinced that the service levels in the planning department are unsatisfactory. And I'm not going to support the gapping motion because that is a wider issue that impacts all city divisions. And for us to decide here that the gapping level in one department is unsatisfactory, I don't think that that's our role, and I can't support that motion.
Okay. No other speakers? We have the motion. I think, no, one of them is to send it on to committee, and Councillor Campbell doesn't want to support them. So in due respect, I want to allow him the opportunity to vote the way he'd like to vote, not take it as a package. So the first motion is Councillor Fillion's. All in favor? Opposed? That fails on a tie. The second motion by myself. Oh, Councillor Fillion has a second motion. Solicitor reporting as soon as possible. The need for additional planning lawyers to meet the increased demand. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. No, I voted in favor. There was 4.
The only reason you need more lawyers is if you're processing more applications.
This is going to Budget Committee now anyways. Sorry. Let's have a vote on Councillor Fillion's second. We don't need to record it. Let's just see a clear show of hands. So Councillor Fillion's second motion. All those in favor? No, opposed. The motion loses on a tie. Then the next item. My motion. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. And then the presentation we referred to the Budget Committee, which gives them some direction. So would you like me to take that vote again? Oh, let's go back to my previous motion. I wondered why you would vote that way, Councillor. Okay, the motion I have in front of us. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The next item, which is to send the presentation to Councillor Fillion, no. My understanding from the clerk is that all of the budget presentations from all of the standing committees are then sent to the Budget Committee for its consideration, and eventually it will go to council. No, it's a presentation, not a report. It will come after in the entire budget package. Okay? So to send this to the Budget Committee, refer the presentation to the Budget Committee. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. Item adopted as amended. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item number 2. Was done. Item number 3, official plan 5-year review. Councillor Wong Tam, you held that?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to seek some clarification around the attachment, the amendments as proposed in the attachment, and specifically some language. I also recognize that there is still going to be a statutory meeting in November on what is before us today, but before it goes out to the public, I just want to understand a few things, and I'll try to, yes, I'll try to direct.
No problem. There are questions of staff?
Yeah, I'll try to direct you to specific language. On page 24 in the attachment number 2, it speaks to sufficient space. This is the very last sentence. Sufficient space to accommodate additional buildings while providing good quality of life. And this is all about apartment neighborhoods. Who defines sufficient space? And I'm going to ask a series of questions because our official plan has been critiqued in the past for being too vague. So let's not be so vague.
That's going to depend on the site and depend what's actually proposed on the site. We take a look at the site. We see if there are large areas of surface parking that could be put underground if a building was put on it. We see if there is a tower in the park, and the park is very large, but is grassed or growing weeds, and if it's possible to improve the open space while occupying a portion of it with a building. So we really take a look at the particular circumstances.
So let's just use your example of reviewing, determining what qualifies as sufficient space for additional density in an application that involves tower in a park. When the tower was approved, where you have the structure in an area that's surrounded by large amounts of open green space, it was designed to offer outdoor amenities for the residents in that building, to allow for relief to the adjacent neighbors. What is the justification now to now call that sufficient developable space or a space that we can allow density when what we want to do is make sure that the original application would have been approved because of the format, because they wanted to have that open green space?
In many instances, the planning goals of the city were different, and certainly the urban design goals were different in the 60s, over a half century ago, than they are today. And there is an opportunity. It's not just about adding density. There's an opportunity to improve the space by addressing the street, let's say adding grade-related buildings that address the street and give some definition, by consolidating loading and parking space, by getting rid of unattractive and unnecessary surface parking. So it's not just about adding density. It's really, the goal is to improve the space and the functionality of the space.
Is the intention of this amendment to welcome the property owners who currently own tower and park structures, to welcome them to close up that green space? Because what we're seeing in Ward 27, just as an example, are buildings that are sitting in open green space that was approved in that format, where developers are now ripping the wall off of one side of the building, attaching a new, for example, it's 20 stories apartment building, attaching a 42-story condominium attached to it, and then closing up the green space. I just want to understand the language, because are you sending a signal to the industry that this is what we want to see?
No, not at all.
How do we ensure that?
What we're doing here is, right now, there are a tremendous number of applications for infill development. What we're doing is we're tightening up, adding criteria, and saying, here are the criteria that you have to address when you come in with an application. You have to address them in your, this is what we're going to decide your application on the basis of, or at least recommend to council on the basis of. You have to address these criteria when you put your application in. You have to put it in your planning justification report, how your application meets these. And specifically, you mentioned additions, high-rise additions being made to existing towers. We've, there's now a policy recommended in here that would prohibit that, because we are seeing it, and that certainly isn't something we want to see.
And on page 30, there's specific language trying to define a neighborhood as geographical. So the word geographic is now inserted before the word neighborhood. It doesn't take into consideration like the cultural linkages of neighborhood that are perhaps not necessarily geographically bound. Is that the intention as well?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your,
So on page 30, under section number 5,
Thank you.
There's now the insertion of a word geographic before the word neighborhood, and that did not exist before. So I just want to understand, is the word geographic to specifically exclude any type of other existing external attributes that may define a neighborhood, such as the cultural linkages of a neighborhood, that may not be geographically bound?
we're dealing with physical elements here, not cultural elements. And so what we've done is we've tightened up, because there's always a great amount of debate when one gets to the Ontario Municipal Board of what constitutes a neighborhood, and what characteristics, therefore, one should be trying to preserve and maintain. And so we've tried to tighten it up by saying, yes, it is geographic, and we talk about how we will be defining what a geographic neighborhood is, the types of elements you look at.
Thank you. I just want to ask Mr. Chair, I recognize the clock says almost 7 minutes. I don't believe I've been asking 7 minutes of question, but I do have more questions. Can you clarify my time that's still left?
I thought I started it when you started, but don't worry, we'll come back to you. We'll just see if anyone else has questions.
Let's do a second round.
Do other
Thank you.
members of committee have questions at this time? Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 12, it refers, in regard to apartment neighborhoods at the very top, it refers to, it says, in regard to development, infill development, it says, given that significant growth is not intended within apartment neighborhoods. And I guess that's, and I understand the intent, but how does one define significant growth, and how does the Ontario Municipal Board define significant growth?
In the official plan, we define where the majority of growth in the city should go, and that is very simply the downtown, the centers, and the avenues, and that's the residential growth. We monitor it, and most of the growth indeed does go there. It will vary from year to year, but between 80 and 85% of the new units, for example, go where the official plan directs it to. At the same time, in apartment neighborhoods, while most of them are built out, there are some sites that are not built out yet, and so there will be some growth there. And at the same time, there are some sites, and not all sites, where there is some potential for infill. So there is some potential for growth in apartment neighborhoods, but not significant growth. It's not going to be a growth area of the city where a large proportion of the additional population coming to the city will be housed.
So if there's 25% growth, is that significant?
It would be, but there isn't, because we're seeing the majority of the growth occurring in other areas where the official plan is directing it to.
Okay, and then we would go to, on page 24, I'm going to jump around a little bit, but it's along the same theme. It's in regard to neighborhoods and development within neighborhoods. They're considered to be physically stable, and development, ergo, is also considered to be stable or slow. And so, I mean, are we seeing pressures in the city for neighborhoods to be unstable in terms of growth, and how are we, and do these policies counter that? Am I clear? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I understand where you're going. Sorry, through the chair. There used to be one simple policy that said neighborhoods and apartment neighborhoods are stable areas, and we added more description because we say neighborhoods are low-rise, low-density residential areas to make clear what they are and how they're differentiated. And the type of development pressure that we see in neighborhoods is very different. The vast majority of instances are simple replacement houses, larger houses than were previously built, sometimes townhouse applications, and that's the type of issues in neighborhoods. The instances where blockbusting was proposed, I'll use a good old term from the 60s and 70s, but I think people still understand it, where people are buying up houses in neighborhoods to build towers, to build residential buildings, multi-story, that were not intended. We have been fighting very successfully at the board, and we're seeing very little of that now. In apartment neighborhoods, the majority, we now say, they're residential areas, they're higher density, they're considered to be physically stable, but we acknowledge that there are instances where infill is taking place. It's taking place now, and we've added tighter criteria by which those applications are to be considered. So we've differentiated between the two.
And then just one last question. It's in regard to infill development. It says it could serve the purpose of supporting improvement of existing dwellings and supporting the existing site conditions. So if we permit infill development for that specific reason, how do we monitor it, and how do we gauge that that in fact is happening, and that the builder doesn't just build and ignore the existing buildings?
Well, through additional criteria, we've been very specific that we're looking, and the criteria are that the existing buildings are improved, and that's a priority for any Section 37. There'll always be a Section 37 because they were approved on site-specific bylaws back in the 60s. We talk about the existing tenants having full access to any additional amenities that are provided on site, and that the existing residents not be affected or have minimal impact on them in terms of their privacy or sunlight being affected. So we try to cover that the existing residents will benefit and won't feel the impact. How we secure things, we secure through agreements, is how we'll secure, and through site plan in the case of the consolidation of services.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of committee? Councillor Fillion?
Yeah, I'll go first to page 10. The proposed wording for basically to protect established neighborhoods with regards to Committee of Adjustment applications? Just the part in quotation marks for the purposes of this policy. And I do like the wording, but does this reflect, is this a change, or is this basically codifying what already exists or should exist?
We're providing much more clarity on how you define a geographic neighborhood, what you look at when you're drawing those lines, so that people can't cherry pick something that's quite a distance away and say, yes, it's a prevailing characteristic of the neighborhood. At the same time, we're saying that you look at both. You look at the immediate area, the block face, the properties on the same block, but you also have regard for the wider neighborhood that you've already delineated according to the criteria laid out in the paragraph.
No, I got that part, but is this anything, is this some radical change, or is this basically what we hope people would have already been doing and to clarify what they should do?
We're certainly clarifying it, and certainly we hope that people were doing this, but we found at the board that that wasn't always the case.
So if, for example, you had a neighborhood that was predominantly 4 to 6 foot side yards, and there's an application for 2 foot side yards, and there are some 2 foot side yards that got approved across the street, this would clarify that our intention is to not look at the anomaly, but to look at the prevailing character. Would that be correct?
Yes, the key is what you just said, Councillor, through the chair, and that's prevailing character. If the majority of the houses in the wider area and on the block face have that characteristic, then it meets the criteria. If they don't, it doesn't.
So the question of the chief planner then, because in my experience, the planning staff are not looking at the prevailing character, would it be helpful to send, if the planning staff are in agreement with this statement here as a guide, would it be appropriate to send this out to our planning staff so that they will have some clear understanding of what already is how things should be evaluated, and it's just a clarification of that?
Through the chair, absolutely. In fact, as we go through all of this various official plan amendments, we conduct training sessions with staff to highlight the changes and to ensure that staff are implementing the new policy framework. In addition, there is training taking place this fall with the Committee of Adjustment to assure that the Committee of Adjustment is also using this as their guide in evaluating minor variances.
So would it be possible, though, to, and I'm just asking you if you would need any direction to do this, or whether you would consider it appropriate to just do it, given that this is, as we speak, kind of not happening, would it be helpful to highlight this and send it out right away?
Through the chair, it is something that is already being highlighted and was highlighted in our first training session with C of A, which took place on September 2nd. We highlighted this issue at that training session in order to bring it to the attention of the new members. This is one of those challenging areas where there is a tremendous amount of interpretation, and the extent to which we can create neighborhood by neighborhood policies and clarity, it's going to have a greater impact. And we have a pilot project right now that's taking place in Mimico, where we are in fact creating guidelines for neighborhood-based interpretations of these policies.
I'll get to that in a sec, but I wasn't referring to the Committee of Adjustment, I was referring to the planning staff. So would it be appropriate to send this to the planning staff as an expression of what the interpretation should be?
Through the chair, in the context of the training that we are doing over this fall, that will be happening.
Should I send you examples of whenever it isn't happening?
Through the chair, you're welcome to do so. Again, I'll stress that it's a matter of interpretation. We sometimes don't even agree internally, but absolutely, we're continually refining those interpretations.
Thank you. And on the pilot projects, how would one get in on that?
Through the chair, we have one pilot that we're undertaking, and we're developing a template for neighborhood-based guidelines. For a variety of reasons, the area that was selected was in Mimico for that pilot. That pilot is underway right now, and I believe will be complete early in the new year. At that time, we will be evaluating how it's something that can be rolled out more broadly across the city.
If a community wished to do that now and had the resources to hire its own professionals, would that be something that could happen sooner rather than later?
Through the chair, yes, and I would suggest that we have a further conversation about that to see whether there might be a way for some of those community members to participate in the Mimico pilot to see the standard that's being built and how it will be utilized.
Okay, thank you.
So, Councillor Wong-Tam, you had more questions.
Yes, thank you very much. It's
And
just
I'm
that-
starting the clock right now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just want to understand, and I need some clarity, and maybe we're talking about interpretation, and that is why I keep looking for clarity. On page 34, with respect to infill development and setting out some criterias, there is, in reference for those criterias, mention of adequate sunlight and privacy, whether it's separation distances or other type of built form performance measures. Adequate sunlight and privacy. Can you interpret that for me? What do you mean by adequate sunlight and privacy?
In terms of privacy, one has to, and it depends what type of units are facing each other, but one has to maintain a sufficient distance that people can have privacy. If they're towers, that range is up to 25 meters in distance between towers in order to maintain privacy. The sunlight, it will depend on the context and placement of the building. If the building's to the north of the existing building, there'll be much less impact on sunlight than if it were to be immediately south of the building. So you have to take a look, but we generally look at minimum windows of sunlight for existing residents, usually in the course of the day, and we take a look at the circumstances at the vernal and autumnal equinox.
So is the intention now, by inserting this language, adequate sunlight and privacy, is that there is now a desire from the planning department through this OP amendment to ensure that sunlight, the reduction of sunlight, does not have an impact, adverse impact because of new development? I just need to understand, because we have residents, and I'll just elaborate. We have residents who go to every single planning meeting. They have been studying the planning process. They raise the same issues over and over again about loss of sunlight, whether it's on their garden or their veranda, their balcony, or in their main rooms in their condominium. And every single time they've been advised, can't really help you, this is not for you, doesn't protect you. We protect significant parks, tier 1 parks, and to a certain degree, maybe playgrounds. So what are we trying to protect now that we're inserting this word adequate, and how do we define adequate?
Through the chair, it's important to set a bit of the context for these policies, which is tower renewal specifically, and a recognition that there's many sites in the city where we are going to be looking to add infill buildings as a way of improving the existing condition, where the buildings are often isolated in the center of the site, there's a poor relationship to the road, there aren't good pedestrian connections. The objective in this policy framework is to be encompassing for the entire city, and the condition that exists in your ward and many of the conditions that you're speaking about is quite different from those suburban conditions that we're talking about, where we're looking very aggressively to promote infill development. The standards that we have to date around sunlight, for example, are entrenched in our tall building guidelines and are entrenched in our mid-rise guidelines. This high-level policy sets the table, if you will, for becoming more specific and more detailed in secondary plans, in development permit bylaws in specific areas of the city, to ensure that in those various areas of the city where the condition is different, we have very specific policies that protect and ensure access to sunlight, as an example. This is in part in response and in recognition of the fact that there are areas of the city where we will see intensification, and we are seeing intensification that is compromising access to sunlight, and that's something that we need to, moving forward, do a better job of protecting.
So that was helpful, but it also brings me to more questions. You mentioned, Chief Planner, that there are different conditions in perhaps suburban built form and urban built form. This policy, as before us, recognizing that building topography will change from neighborhood to neighborhood and sometimes block to block and site to site. It's not, I don't believe that, I mean, are you saying that this policy is primarily set up to protect suburban infill development and the impact in suburban neighborhoods? And if so, then what do we have with respect to, how do we protect the downtown, midtown neighborhoods?
Last question, thank you.
Through the chair, as a point of clarification, that is not what I'm saying. My point is that there are different conditions in different parts of the city, and the policy you have in front of you, if you will, is a rolling up to encompass all of those different conditions, recognizing that different policy frameworks are going to apply in specific areas that provide the next layer of detail, whether that be the mid-rise guidelines, the tall building guidelines, site-specific policy frameworks, or policies that we intend to create in the future, a specific official plan amendment or a development permit bylaw for a specific area. In the context of those more detailed planning frameworks, adequate sunlight will be defined in that context.
What happens if we don't get to that second level of planning and all we have is the OP for some neighborhoods?
Through the chair, the objective in the high growth areas is to have that more detailed policy framework. The high level policy in many ways provides a backstop for the entire city.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Just one last follow-up question. On page 10, it says Policy 8 directs that zoning bylaws include numerical performance standards to ensure that new development will be compatible with the physical character of established residential development in the neighborhood. It's right in the middle of page 10. What do we mean by numerical performance standards?
Our neighborhoods are tremendously different, and some areas of the city may have 15 to 20-foot lots, some may have 50-foot lots, and it just says that the zoning bylaw will provide the numerical, the actual numbers that represent the character of the area.
I get it. That's all.
Okay, are there any further questions?
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Councillor Campbell moves staff recommendation number 1. Is he going to move? Move the whole report? I think that's probably...
Motions from members? I do have one. I don't think it's controversial. However, it's going along our green initiative, because very often when we infill our communities and it's to look for gardens for growing food and encourage on underutilized land, particularly in apartment neighborhoods, and to simply to add it as a policy, because very often we forget about the green space, as I think Councillor Light, that Councillor Wong Tam was saying, and the enjoyment that people have. And they really do enjoy the opportunity to have a place to live in their stacked home, similar to what they might live in a not stacked home. So with this, and then the staff recommendations are, I will move also the recommendations of the Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning, which we have on page 2 of the report. We'll do it all together. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Next item. Is item 4. Official Plan 5-year review. Are there questions of staff on this item from anyone? So I have a small motion. Okay, so what I am going to move is a amendment over here for a policy to assess opportunities for green infrastructure, including tree planting, community gardens, stormwater management systems, and green roofs. And I am going to move recommendation 1 of the Chief Planner's recommendations, which is to have a special statutory public meeting. And that's the reason why I can't move item number 2, because we can't direct City Council until we have that meeting. So I'll move my amendment, and I will move item number 1 from the Chief Planner's recommendations. Do it as a package. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
For the other one, we were supposed to also recommend because those were really ones. So the 3 were also moving.
And just for clarification, on item number 3, the only item that we voted on was recommendation 1. So it'll also be the instructions to have a public meeting on it. We're not sending it to council yet. Okay. Item number 6, mid-rise building performance standards. We have speakers on that. I have Tina Leslie, Chair of the Junction Heritage Conservation District, and I have Eileen here. Is Tina here still? Are you Tina? Well, then we'll go to Eileen first, who is here, and we'll come back to Tina. Eileen?
Add a few names to you.
And there's some more names being added to the list. Shh, if you tell clerks.
I need to make a point of clarification. I said the pilot is in Montreal, but it's actually
Okay, so just before you begin, Eileen, the Chief Planner just wanted to make a clarification to one of her comments earlier, because we are live on YouTube, and someone gave her a comment.
So just a quick point of clarification, the Neighborhood Design Guidelines pilot is in Long Branch, not Mimico, it's Long Branch. Thank you.
Thank you. Eileen, we're here to listen to you now.
Okay. My name is Eileen Denny, and I'm speaking on behalf of Teddington Park Residents Association. And we've had a long interest in the avenues and mid-rise building study since 2010. And if you look at this decision, we were the only association following that. And there's a reason for it. It's because when you're looking at public realm, the consultation that takes place is a lot less than a statutory requirement of a zoning bylaw and OP. And the recommendations today before us are massive. And I was taken by surprise to see this agenda item on this meeting without notice. And why I say that is because TPRA wrote to Council to request to be included in the consultations concerning the extension of the monitoring period of the mid-rise building performance standards. And at that time, TPRA asked to be informed in November 2013. Again, in May 2014, TPRA asked why our group was not included in the consultations and directed Council again to ask for notice. Despite having participated in one meeting reiterating our concerns raised as early as 2010, TPRA did not receive notice for this 28-page report and 15 pages of recommendations that also include attachments requesting planning and growth to basically prove the proposed changes to all the performance standards and update the guidelines, and to be stylistically formatted to the city's urban design guidelines template. Failed notice should not be shrugged off. TPRA once again is asking that notice be sent out to all interested parties and to residents and ratepayers that may be impacted by the changes proposed in this report and its recommendations, to allow the adequate time to review and consider, and be given the opportunity to provide Council with meaningful representation on public record. In addition, we're questioning also the report completeness and adequacy. And we attach the recommendations because it seems to be buried in the report. They're quite extensive and goes beyond what was directed from Council, and the changes called minor are not. The consultant's study focused on the design of mid-rise buildings on the avenues and did not emphasize the importance of neighborhood stability. That is actually in the consultant's report. A substantive concern involves performance standards 5A through to D, originally known as enhancement zones, translated to neighborhood transition areas for the Eglinton Connects planning study, and now appears to be called rear transition. Is this the type of stylistic changes that the report calls for? And does the report provide adequate justification, clarity, and uncertainty? The recommendations are premature. Also, the monitoring period to test the mid-rise building performance for their effectiveness. What was the goals of effectiveness? Why the emphasis on the visual only? How does this play out against infrastructure needs and costs? Is the growth paying for growth? How is the city managing its growth and the growth targets? What is the cost to date to provide this design guideline template? And will it serve the local contextual nuances? TPRA believes the report is insufficient, and the financial implications have not been adequately considered. TPRA respectfully requests that the defer, and we also ask the report to consider, or planning staff to consider, a more singular focus on the effectiveness of the mid-rise building performance standards, including impacts and rationale as directed by Council, providing a cost update of the study, providing a cost-benefit analysis of the recommendations, and outlining further procedural processes for amendments to the OP and/or zoning. And that is our submission.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the deputant? There aren't. Thank you very much. The next speaker I have is Tina Leslie. So have you been here before?
No, sorry, this is my first time to speak to this.
I would watch out for this group if it's your first time. You have 5 minutes to speak.
Yes.
At the end of the 5 minutes, if my colleagues have questions, they will ask you. If not, we'll thank you. And there's a clock over here, so we don't just mix you up and say, guess what, you're there.
Yes, no, thank you.
Okay.
Would I be able to use this to project some photos, or if I just show them, could you see them from here?
No, we
Okay,
can be a little technical for you, too.
Okay.
If staff can turn on the overhead projector,
Just put it on.
if you put your display on there.
not yet.
You might want to put it on so they can get it focused while you're talking, because you don't want to spend your time with them focusing. Great. So we'll let you start. They'll focus it, don't worry. You focus on us, they'll focus on that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words as the chair of the Junction Heritage Conservation District Committee. Based on our layman's understanding of the report and appendices, our focus is specific to references and recommendations about character areas with 20-meter right-of-way roads. Given a little more time, we could have provided a more fulsome analysis, but that's the scope of our speaking today. Despite a character area designation, we are now a prime example of the unintended consequences of an avenue designation with strict one-size-fits-all mid-rise guidelines applied in a narrow right-of-way context. Oops. Oh, sorry.
I think they're enjoying your comments.
I don't know. During the past 45 years, we had an established pattern of respect for the traditional built form and character of the junction as a standard for contemporary improvements, and self-restraint was the prevailing precedent set by the commercial property owners when they revitalized their building. We hoped this building and property owner could be held accountable, this building could be held accountable to the same spirit of compliance and conduct. But sadly, the members of Etobicoke York Community Council did not have any tools to mitigate the impact of the avenue designation or this new mid-rise building on our 20-meter road. Unfortunately, the recommendations in this monitoring evaluation report have arrived a little too late to help us. For those of you who may not be familiar with the junction, we also brought some context photos so that you could see. This was a previous, sorry, I'm moving things around. This was a previous building that was redeveloped to this. Here's another example of a building that used to look like, the middle one used to look like that, and it now looks like this. And some other corners. We're going very quickly because I'm cognizant of my time. And finally, the building that will be directly on the diagonal corner is a listed heritage inventory property, which used to be a former town hall in the junction. As you can see, the proposed height and scale of the newly approved mid-rise building is out of proportion with all other structures on the local main road that passes through the junction neighborhood. This building will dominate the historic Main Street and entire community, even though, according to Harold Mahdi, Director of Urban Design, when referencing the main performance standards, mid-rise buildings are to be no taller than the width of the primary street they address. Do I need to quote the references of where I get this? I'm sorry. The junction character area and future HCD is, or was, a microcosm of the original village that became a city before amalgamating with the Toronto in 1909. We hope the historic value of a mainly intact, contiguous, fine-grained retail neighborhood Main Street that is integrated with its residential community has not been irreparably diminished by this prominent mid-rise building. We often read about incremental growth. Perhaps our definition differs from the planning department because the typical junction building height on Dundas Street West, as you've seen from the illustrations, is 2 or 3 stories. It would be wonderful if the junction properties doubled in height. That's an incremental change. But we don't consider a jump from 2 or 3 stories to 7 or 8 as incremental. However, as we have learned through the monitoring report, quoting, specifically, participants noted a pattern of buildings repeatedly exceeding the 1-to-1 ratio on 20-meter right-of-way streets in character areas. Our mid-rise building experience reinforces this analysis. Ideally, our team continues to endorse the principle that the section of Dundas Street West through a known character area and future heritage district should be declared an avenue-free zone. Alternatively, our team and the Junction community would also concur with the staff's suggestion that further restrictions, I'm quoting from the report, to the maximum permitted height may be appropriate in the older parts of the city where the established traditional Main Street urban fabric remains intact. In these areas, the prevailing built character is generally comprised of 20-meter right-of-ways framed by continuous two-story street-oriented mixed-use buildings with narrow storefronts and often of heritage significance. In these cases, height should be restricted to a ratio of 0.8 to 1 between total building height and planned right-of-way width, or 16 meters.
Tina,
Oops, I am,
Well, we have
Sorry.
to ask you to stop, but I'm
Okay.
sure someone may ask you some questions.
sorry.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Yes, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tina, for coming in today. So you have gone through, I am sure, this report in front of us today, and you've come up with, looking at it, how it would help the junction. Is that correct?
Correct.
So my understanding is you are very much in favor of this, looking at the 0.8 to 1 ratio on an avenue where we have the character area.
Correct.
That would bring us probably on Dundas to a 5, 6-story building, which my understanding is residents would be happy with.
Yes.
We're getting there. See, this is great. Also, the other question I have for you is pedestrian realm is very important alongside on roads and on streets and sidewalks, right?
Correct.
So you are in agreement that we really have to be emphasizing the 1.5 meter step back. So if you're looking down a street, you're not going to just see a wall, a canyon of building, you're going to see a pedestrian realm with step backs.
We weren't able to have enough time to fully analyze all of the various aspects, so we really focused today, and given that we only had 5 minutes to speak and I went over, and I'm not almost finished, we don't want to speak to that aspect at this point, but we would probably concur.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Campbell.
So I recall this item at the Community Council and was not in favor of the proposal myself. This building, the staff did say that this building, although it's 8 stories, it is set back, and so there's some recess at the top to make it a little less intrusive.
Right.
In the view of you and your group, what do you feel along the junction would be acceptable height levels or numbers of stories of buildings? They're all pretty much 3 stories along there, is that correct?
Some 3, some 2. There are even some that are still single level.
And so the
What-
question
what
is, what
would be
in your
acceptable?
view would be,
We would have loved to have had the top 2 stories of that building gone. And I think that would be pretty much amenable with the rest of the community as well, based on the feedback through the community consultation meetings.
okay, that's all, I just wanted to ask the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the deputant? I don't see any. Thank you very much for coming. Michael Rosenberg. Michael, you wanted to speak as well? I only have Michael Rosenberg on the list. There he is. Anyone else wishes to speak, please give your name to the clerks. Michael, you've been here before. You know you get 5 minutes.
So to begin with the first issue of notice, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say there's been no notice, but I would say that the whole mid-rise process has been done in a way that it's like you're massively changing the rules for major parts of the city all at once. It's very different from a lot of other types of zoning processes, and a lot of it did go by without the public really realizing how massive these changes were. Like, I was following a lot of planning issues, and I missed a lot of the parts that related to the mid-rise process. And I think that in general, it just was a mistake to make such massive changes to the avenues. The parts of the official plan that call for growth in the centers, that's a good idea. But the avenues are not really any better a place for growth than the neighborhoods are. The avenues should have been treated more like neighborhoods, as places to be protected. So it is good to hear they're starting to look at least somewhat different rules for the existing 2-3-story main streets. I would suggest that the 3-story angular plane rule that is applied towards the neighborhood side also be applied towards the Main Street side. I think that's even more important than trying to adjust the total building height. I mean, if you had a 3-story angular plane on the main street, an angular plane of 45 degrees above 3 stories, then the question of what the total building height would be, that is, the maximum height at some point between the main street and the back where those two angular planes go up, it wouldn't necessarily matter if it reached a little higher at that point. The problem is with the street frontage, and that the recognition that the mixed-use main streets are neighborhoods and should be treated the same way as their neighborhoods. So it's good to see that they are starting to look at slightly different rules for the already existing developed main streets, as opposed to an avenue where there really is, in the perhaps suburban areas, where you could just say you're at a different stage of development. But it's good to see that they are looking at slightly different rules, but I would advocate that the real rule that's actually needed there is the angular plane above 3 stories on the Main Street side, and that the conceptual basis for that is that mixed-use areas are neighborhoods in 2 respects. First of all, the fact that they are mixed use, so there is residential, but also that in some ways it's even more important that the commercial streets be treated as neighborhoods, because a person goes, yes, they live in a place, you can say that's their neighborhood, but where does a person go when they're outside? They go to other places besides where they live. They're much more likely to spend their time on a street in a commercial street than a residential street. They're much more likely to spend their time outside in a park, etc. So the neighborhoods as a residential area are important, but from the point of view of the street and the planning issues, it's actually the commercial areas that are the neighborhoods. So the same philosophy of treating them as neighborhoods should apply, and very specifically, we do have I think, a clear remedy, which is the 3-story angular plane that would really solve a lot of these problems. But I mean, just in general, I don't think that the main streets as an area for development makes as much sense as people think it does. And unfortunately, since many of them have now been zoned for mid-rise, you're going to have to go back and make those changes and actually put in some sort of restrictions so that what was previously put in place does not stand, because it really is not appropriate as it stands.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you coming. Are there any questions of the deputant? Not seeing any. Thank you again. And then Mr. Kettle, you wanted to speak. Welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. I'm speaking on a procedural matter rather than a substantive matter. My name is Jeff Cattell. I'm co-chair of the Federation of North Toronto Residents Association, or FONTRA, and I'm here today with Catherine McDonald, who's the other co-chair. I don't want to go into the substantive aspects of this report. There were, as you were all aware, a lot of items on this agenda, a lot of very substantive items, and several of the items related to official plan review. They are being deferred for a second meeting, the statutory meeting, November the 16th. This report is equally substantive, requires review. We would support the request of Ms. Denny from Teddington Park a few minutes ago to have this report deferred, perhaps allied with the November the 16th meeting, where people are going to be here for those other important items, to have this report reviewed at that time. This report is a very important. Mid-rise is being applied. I would point out it's being applied not just to avenues. It's being applied to any area of mixed use. In my experience, that's the case, and I'm not sure if that's appropriate, but that seems to be the case. It's an extremely important report, and it deserves proper time for the public to review this, the resident association to review, and provide their comments in a fulsome manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputants? Not seeing any. I don't have any for the deputants. Members of council who are non-members of the committee, being Councillor Doucette. I think you're here because you'd like to speak to this. Do you have questions of staff first?
I have questions of staff, if that's okay.
So first we'll do questions. Councillor
Sounds good.
Doucette.
Okay. Thank you very much for this report, and thank you for all the work which has gone into it. That's my speech later. What consultation has the city done to get input for this report?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. There were a number of consultations that were undertaken as part of this review. There was an online survey which was available to anybody who wanted to give us input. We had a Chief Planners Roundtable where there was input from the industry. But we sat down with individual stakeholders and developers, as well as residents associations, including CORA and other representatives, and had individual and group conversations along the way.
Will there be any other opportunity for the public to give input to the review of the official plan?
Yes, one of the next steps after this report is that some of these policies may find themselves as part of the official plan review, and there is still a significant consultation process underway for that.
Mm-hmm. And particularly with the mid-rise performance here, which of these recommendations are actually going to be put into the official plan, which will tighten them up?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is subject to further review, but there is some suggestion that it may be appropriate to formulate into policy language that secures the one-to-one height relationship in some cases, sunlight on the street, and adequate transition.
If this report does move forward to council for September 30th, when would the noted corrections, such as Bloor Street West being included in the character area map, when would that actually become policy, and when would that be added to the mid-rise performance standards?
I presume that the correction that you're referring to could be a technical amendment and could be effective once council has approved it.
So as soon as council votes, then Bloor Street could be a character area, and any new applications moving forward after that time would have to come in, would be looked at that.
Correct.
Okay, I have one more question. I know this might be a little bit different, but this is a question I've been asked. If a street, which is now in a character area, was to lose its designation as an avenue, would the character area still be there? And would the mid-rise performance standards still, excuse me, be applied to that street? So it's designated avenue, it's a character area, we apply mid-rise to it. If we removed it as an avenue, how would planning look at a proposal?
Through the chairman, I'll answer that as best I can based on the findings of the report. One of the pieces of research we did was, just to back up for a second, in 2010, Council did adopt a study area map, which said these are the areas where the performance standards should apply, and by exclusion, other areas were not intended to apply. The findings of the last 6 or 8 months of research found that actually actually slightly over half of all the mid-rise applications were not in that original study area map. So we have found that the performance standards are being used, and I think probably effectively in areas that they were not originally intended to on that map. So in answer to your question, I can't speak to an avenue being overlay being removed or not, but if it was a mixed-use area, staff would probably continue to use the performance standards to measure the appropriateness of an application.
But would it lose its character designation if it's no longer an avenue?
Through the chair, I would advise against that for that reason. We have an existing example right now, an area where in the mid-rise guidelines, there was a portion of Queen Street that was pulled out of those mid-rise guidelines, which essentially meant we have no policy framework to evaluate proposals as they come forward. So what you're proposing would essentially be taking away policy that currently adds value, in particular given the recommendation in the report that there be a height restriction of a ratio of 0.8 to 1 between the total building height and the planned right-of-way, or 16 meters. We're in fact adding additional policy in this report as it goes forward for those character areas. So if the objective is to protect those character areas, keeping them within the mid-rise guidelines is desired.
Thank you very much. That was my questions.
Thank you. Members of committee with questions. Councillor Fillion.
Yes, just as a preamble, I certainly like the idea of the character area. However, there may be other spots that aren't character areas where it's not automatically desirable that the height of a building match the width of the road. And that seems to have become now an automatic. In fact, it arguably is the new starting point, and then people could, if they can manipulate some of the other factors, try to come up with something higher than that. So that's my concern. Could you respond to that?
I would say in 2010, when Council initially adopted the performance standards, they were intended to be permissive. We were not getting this form of development. We were getting tall buildings and low-rise townhouses. And so it was an effort on the part of Council to try and encourage this middle form of development. So for that reason, the envelope described was permissive. What we've seen as part of the data analysis here is that when that there have been opportunities, I should say there have been applications where that envelope has been exceeded, and it does in some cases present problems. I don't know if that answers your question.
Is the proposed changes, do they, is there wording which says that just because something is located in a mid-rise area doesn't automatically get at the height equivalent to the width of the road, even in non-character areas? And equally important, does it state that where that width is appropriate, that is the maximum, and regardless of what the other conditions are, which could possibly produce a taller building?
Correct, yes. So through the chair, It is a formula, it's not an as-of-right permission. And so the one-to-one relationship with the street right-of-way is a maximum. Once you've exceeded that, you really are no longer a mid-rise building. However, there are mitigating angular planes to the front and to the rear that relate to your location in the city and the size and attributes of your lot that mitigate the building downwards. So you are not, even when you're utilizing the mid-rise performance standards, you're not automatically entitled to a one-to-one height with the adjacent right-of-way. There are other mitigating factors baked into the standards.
And say, just to pick a hypothetical where you had a ridiculously deep lot and the application of the angular plane would produce a 14-story building, is it clear the way this is written that is not a relevant factor, that the maximum is the width of the road?
Correct. Through the chair, that's actually one of the flaws in the original performance standards that this report seeks to correct, which is that regardless of your lot depth, you can never achieve higher than that one-to-one and still be an effective mid-rise building. And in fact, the report does recommend further study on those extra deep lots.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Wong-Tam?
Yes, thank you. This is a question regarding process. I'm reading the correspondence from the Tedding Park Residents Association as well as the CORA. They've both and in their deputations have said that they were not provided with sufficient notice. And in the correspondence, it dates some of their interests going back to 2010, 2013, 2014. So they've tried to participate along the way. How would staff respond to the deputants' concerns that there was not adequate notice, and whether or not there would be any objections to us deferring this matter for at least one cycle?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this was a fairly brief process for staff resource because of staff resources. We started this review in January of 2015, and we effectively concluded it we started it in January and concluded it in June. So it was a fairly intensive 6-month consultation period. During that time, we did sit down with CORA and representatives of ratepayer groups across the city. We had email correspondence with them, and we sat down with them on, I think it was January the 15th. They were one of the first consultations we had. Subsequent to that, we had a public open house on April the 24th, and we made available staff to review comments that came in through email. There's always room for more consultation. I'm not sure what further changes might be affected by that. But I would say just based on the timing that we had and the staff resources we had, we did a fairly effective consultation process.
Councillor Wong-Tam, if I can help you. I have, and I drafted with staff. I saw all the correspondence coming in. A motion to defer this to October 8th meeting, which would give people a better chance to read more of it, and if they have, give us comments in here. So if that helps you at all with it. And then
that does.
With a deferral, the issue is that Councillor Doucette has a motion, so it's my intention to table the motion, so it'll be on the record for Councillor Doucette, but then move the motion to defer, so we wouldn't be voting on the motion today. Allow people the opportunity, if they wish, to come back and comment or send us letters and deal with it at our next meeting.
Yeah,
If that'll resolve you and my
Mr. Chair. And
colleagues' concerns, I will do that.
yeah,
And I'll try and do it before 12:30.
sure.
Okay, so so could I get an extension to 12 to allow Councillor Doucette to speak?
Yeah,
Because she
move-
spent all morning here,
move
and
to
then I'll bring it
extend
in
to
for the
finish
move.
this item.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Doucette, you've been very patient.
Thank you. This is a very, very important topic for the city and particularly my ward. So thank you for this report. I know a lot of effort has gone into it. I know a lot of time has gone into it. And I want to thank you for capturing the comments you heard from the Bloor West Village Residents Association in my ward, the Junction Residents Association in my ward, and from myself. I think you have captured what we have experienced in the last 5 years and what we're hoping we can move forward My residents are not anti-development. They just want the right building in the right place, and this one size does not fit all. So on the very positive side, we support very much lowering the ratio from the 1-to-1 in the character areas with the 20 meters to the 0.8-to-1. You've heard that from my residents. We love the idea of really nailing down the 5 hours of sunlight. It might sound like nothing, but that really helps when you're shaping a building. Putting stronger wording into the 1.5 meter step back according to the right-of-way width. Again, pedestrian realm, very, very important. We've heard a resident talk about the angular planes and things, but when people are walking down a street, we don't want to see a canyon of buildings. Another one which I think is great is putting a maximum setback on that 5.5 meters for all windows on the side yard property line. I've had some issues with that. The wide planters on balconies, overlooking neighborhoods. My residents love that, and so far, every proponent who's come forward has done that for us. So it's possible. It is possible. And also the amenity space, if it is going to be on a rooftop, making sure that there's screening and planters so that the party doesn't end up being in our neighborhoods behind the properties. So I'm going to say that stop there. I personally would love this to go forward because I'd love to get Bloor West, Bloor Street West a character designation as soon as possible. But I do understand that some people haven't had a chance to go through this. But I don't want it deferred more than one cycle because I'm sure we've got more applications coming in, and I think that character neighborhood for Bloor Street will give us more tools and will make for better developments. So I half support your motion, Mr. Chair, but I half don't support your motion, Mr. Chair. You don't have a vote. I know I don't have it. But thank you for agreeing to table my motion.
So I will table Councillor Doucette's motion. There's a motion that I have to defer to the October 8th meeting. I'll also give you a very, very brief comment on it, as it's my intention at the next meeting to work with the chief planner, not to have this as just a policy document, but to have it as part of the official plan, because policy issues aren't always held up at the board. Very often the board doesn't look at the policies no matter how hard we work at it, and they send it aside based on what the official plan and the zoning says. So to give it some more strength, and it's in my discussion with staff, it's much more advisable to have it as part of our plan that these are what we want, now that we've had a time to go out and test these guidelines. And I'll be dealing with that when it comes back at our next meeting on the 8th of October. Otherwise, the motion is here to defer onto the October 8th meeting. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. We're going to break for lunch, and we're back at 1:30. Thank you.
guidelines. I wasn't talking about that. And when you really have, which is what we struggle with, you have really,
Excuse me, we're going to be clearing the room for lunch. We'll resume at 1:30.
So is he just attaching? Is he just saying?
Yeah. It's the same letter. No, it's Peter Costa.
Beside me, the one talking.
Peter Costa. Okay, so you can keep it. Because at least you have, oh, okay, it's all. So I will read.
So we will call the meeting back to order. I need my colleagues on the committee to be ready to meet again. Councillor Fillion, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Carmichael Greb, Councillor Campbell. We've got to call the meeting back to order. And Councillor DiCiano, did you want to reopen an item?
I would like to, yes.
Which item did you want to reopen?
Item 6.1, please.
Okay, so that is the service level review. So there is a motion by Councillor DiCiano to reopen item 6.1. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. That did carry. So Councillor DiCiano, the reason is now you would like to?
I'd simply like to reconsider my vote on Councillor Fillion's motion and vote in the positive.
So I don't think we can just reconsider the vote. What do we do? So we have to put the motion, that one motion back up? We're reopening the item only for the purpose of reopening that one item and that one vote. Does that make it easier?
There's actually two motions for two staff reports, one for additional planners and one for additional lawyers.
So we're reopening for the purpose of reconsidering those two motions. So I'll make sure I have a vote on that. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried, so we don't have to reopen the entire item. Now, the two motions that you would wish put back up are this motion by Councillor Fillion. So we can just have a vote on that? All in favor of the motion by Councillor Fillion? A recorded vote.
All those in favor of Councillor Fillion's motion, Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Fillion, Councillor Wong Tam,
And you will show the chair in favor.
and Councillor Shiner. All those opposed, Councillor Campbell, Councillor Carmichael Grab. That motion carries.
Okay, the next item.
All those in favor of Councillor Fillion's motion? All those in favor, Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Fillion, Councillor Wong Tam. All those opposed, Councillor Campbell, Councillor Carmichael Grab.
Thank you. Then the item now as amended again? Is that what I'm doing?
Yes.
The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Next item we have then is 6.7, which is Section 37. And Section 45, Community Benefits secured in 2013 and 2014. Councillor DiCiano, you asked that we hold that. Do you have some questions of staff?
Yes, that's correct. I just got to get there. So thank you for the report. I think it's a good start to really understand where Section 37, what we're collecting from year to year. But I think, in the spirit of the original recommendation, where city planning prepare an annual report summarizing the previous year's achievements, I think the report misses or doesn't take the opportunity to include some key information with respect to the past year's achievements. My understanding from reading the report was that it's just Section 37 and 45 that is potentially been negotiated or collected during the last 2 years. But what I don't see is how many square meters of additional density was approved, how much was the average that we collected, what did it look like district by district, what did it look like compared to the average in the ward. Those are the kind of details that I'm looking for us to be able to measure achievements from previous years. So is it possible to put that kind of information in this report for better reference?
Through the chair, a couple of things. First, this is the first annual report. This was a recommendation we identified in the context of a Section 37 review that was undertaken in 2013. There were a series of actions for clarifying the Section 37 report and adding transparency to Section 37 and Section 45. I'll respond to some of your questions. I'll break them down and respond to them specifically. With respect to the first one, Section 37 is not a quid pro quo for additional height and density. Good planning comes first. In the context of our approvals process, we negotiate built form based on our performance standards, our tall building guidelines and our mid-rise guidelines. We then go back and assess the impacts of the upzoning on the community and identify community needs that can be mitigated through Section 37 monies. So the monies collected are not a quid pro quo. There's no direct relationship between the built form and the monies that are collected. And that's a very, very important point to understand. Sometimes there's a conversation about Section 37 as negotiating for that higher density. That's in fact not how it works. Good planning comes first. The second is that it would be very difficult because of the incredible complexity on all of the various projects that we negotiate, including a whole variety of considerations that are often taken into account that are not negotiated through Section 37, because there's other considerations that are secured in other ways on a site. It's very difficult to take one application and to compare it to another application, simply because there's so many variables that make the applications so different. To give you a case in point, in the context of the due diligence analysis undertaken by the consultant for our 2013 report, a comparative analysis was undertaken with the City of Vancouver. There's frequently been the perception that the City of Vancouver secures significantly more money than we do in community benefits. But in fact, when we began looking at case studies, we began looking at contributions to libraries, to affordable housing, to a whole variety of other policies that play into development application, including the viability of development in different areas of the city, because the market is very different in different corners of the city. What started to become clear is that we in fact do very well on a comparative basis. If you took an example that was as similar as possible in Vancouver to a similar circumstance in Toronto. However, even within one ward, it's difficult to compare two projects, simply because of the proximity to adjacent uses, because of the potential for overcapacity in infrastructure or undercapacity in infrastructure, or given certain benefits that a project might be providing, like a needed daycare or community space that might be secured in other ways. So whereas in theory, I think it would be great if we could itemize our Section 37 in that way, in reality, I think it would be very, very difficult to do. That said, the report and analysis undertaken in 2013 begins to demonstrate some of these complexities.
Okay. So you're able to justify that we're doing a lot better than Vancouver, and you're obviously using certain metrics to figure that out. Couldn't we see those metrics in these type of reports?
Through the chair, just to qualify my comments, not that we're doing better than Vancouver, but if you took a comparable project in Vancouver and you compared it to the Toronto context and you added all the different variables, we actually get a relatively similar outcome. I'll give you an example. There have often been criticisms of the Concord 8X properties in Vancouver versus City Place in Toronto and the community benefits that have been secured. However, when you start to peel back the layers, the fact that the Concord 8X property in Vancouver was given by the province not at market rate but at a discount to Concord 8X starts to figure into the community benefit equation and starts to figure into the overall contribution, which is completely different from the Toronto context where Concord 8X was working in a purely market-based environment. So those are the kinds of complexities that inform a given application. I would recommend the 2013 report as providing the best background on all of the variables that come into play when negotiating a specific proposal.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there other questions? Councillor Campbell.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Chief Planner, do you know of any jurisdictions in Canada or in North America where benefits such as these are not specifically targeted at that local community, but they are somewhat redistributed throughout a jurisdiction?
Through the chair, it's very important to differentiate between Section 37 and development charges, because development charges are typically a fee that is collected, a portion of which, or sometimes all, that is applied citywide. And most municipalities, like ours, have some kind of a charge that results in a benefit that's shared citywide. We have that too, our development charge. Section 37 is very specific, and it's an additional layer of policy that we have in the Ontario context that allows us to secure monies in an infill environment where we recognize that there might be community benefits and community amenities that need to be enhanced as a result of the intensification that's taking place. So to answer your question, every jurisdiction has some kind of a development charge that's applied citywide. Many jurisdictions look upon the City of Toronto with envy because in addition, we have Section 37, which allows us to secure monies for immediate impacts of new development. And in part, the reason that can be an effective model in our city is because most of the city is in fact downzoned. In instances where we implement the development permit system, we will need, for those development permit bylaw areas, a new mechanism to secure community benefits. So the Section 37 will be integrated at a set amount in the context of the development permit bylaw. But it's precisely the unique planning environment here that allows us to do this.
So I guess the question comes about because you've got obviously some downtown wards where many millions of dollars are arriving within those jurisdictions on the basis of the development that's occurred there. And you have other wards that are less desirable locales for development that receive obviously no dollars. And so the question was, are there other places where they take a portion of that, a percentage of that, and sort of redistribute it?
Through the chair, there's a whole variety of different models, but it's very important to recognize that the development charge is the way that fees are. Every jurisdiction in the city benefits from those new developments through the development charge. Etobicoke, Scarborough benefit significantly from downtown development through development charges and fees that are collected that are pushed back citywide. The Section 37 allotment is to recognize that if you're adding 600 new units on a block, you need more daycare spaces, you need more libraries, you need more amenities. Sometimes you need an improved entrance to a subway station precisely because you're adding new development in that specific neighborhood. So the purpose of Section 37 is to recognize that when you add new development, there's also new impacts, and those impacts are felt very locally, and that's what this money has been earmarked for.
But of course, Section 37 is only when there are circumstances where they get more density. There are many developments that don't throw off Section 37, but then the development charges are in place to provide for those extra amenities.
Through the chair, in instances where a developer builds to the as-of-right zoning, there is no additional Section 37 because the zoning is, that's an as-of-right permission that already exists. It's what the city expected in terms of the infrastructure in the city. So for example, many of our avenues only have 2-story buildings on them, but the as-of-right permission is 5 stories. So if you build a 5-story building, you don't in fact pay a Section 37 contribution. The assumption is that in the development charge, it's accounting for that as-of-right permission.
Okay, that's good, thank you.
Sorry, but I'm going to follow up on that. You can go over the as-of-right density, is it not, by up to 10,000 square feet, or is it 10? You can go over the density on a site by an amount without being required to negotiate a Section 37. What is that amount?
10,000 square meters.
10,000 square meters. So in fact, along all of your avenues, when people are going for lower height buildings and they want some additional density, they are able to go forward and bring an application which might be substantially greater than what was considered and not be subject to negotiating for Section 37. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So do you know how many of those applications are in the city every year?
Through you, I don't think there are many at all. I don't know the exact number, but it would be very few. There's very few situations where people are building as of right in this city,
No, I'm not talking as of
or
right.
a little over as of right.
Well, 10,000 square meters isn't a little over. That could very often be the difference in the height that was not supported by the council and gone to the board. Were they not required to do it? 10,000 square meters on a building along an avenue could be substantial, could it not?
Through you, it could, we can get back to you with that number, but I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from colleagues? Councillor Wong, Christian Wong? I'm going to Councillor Wong Tam, then I'll come back over to you, Councillor.
Just a very quick one, and it's somewhat related to what what you were just talking about in terms of development charges. Given the volume of number of developments that the heavy intensified areas are expected to see, some of the developers I've spoken to have expressed concern that their development charges are not staying locally. And I recognize that there is no requirement to have the development charges where it's generated to stay locally. But how would we respond to those developers who've said they've paid very expensive development charges? Development fees have been collected by the city, and yet the areas that they're investing in, they're not seeing those improvements come back. Therefore, our roads are not in great shape, perhaps. Community centers are falling apart, and we know that Section 37 cannot accommodate it cannot generate what the development charges are generated. How would you respond to those developers?
Through the chair, this is the counterpoint to Councillor Campbell's point, and I've heard this repeatedly as well from the industry, concern that new development in the downtown core, but if you look at the vast portion of the monies that are paid, it's not Section 37, it's the development charge. And where does that development charge go? Well, it goes across the entire city. So you have developers that are investing in a very specific location of the city, but concerned that the road infrastructure, the libraries are not being improved in that area specifically. This is a legitimate concern. It gets to the ensuring that we're addressing the impacts of new development in an equitable way. At the same time, our model is in many ways a compromise. There are some jurisdictions that are unamalgamated. If you take Melbourne in Australia, for example, the region is 500,000 people, but the actual city of Melbourne is 27,000 people. It's really just a CBD. All of the monies stay in the CBD, and the suburbs, in fact, are struggling because they don't benefit from the strength of the CBD. We have a model where our suburban neighborhoods are actually quite well resourced, in part because of the way those development charges are shared. So ours is very much a compromise model.
Councillor Fillion? I know you're next. Oh, okay. I thought you had questions.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that development charge money can only be spent on growth-related projects. That are related, that are due to growth related to the development that's taken place.
Through the chair, that's my understanding, correct.
So if there's no growth in Councillor Campbell's ward, then development charges won't be used there, and which is how it should be, because they're supposed to be growth related. But I just wanted to clarify that.
There's two things to clarify. One is the money that we use for studies versus the money that goes into hard infrastructure, and the money that goes into hard infrastructure is spent citywide. It's not spent locally.
No,
Section
well, not
37 is spent locally,
but it has to be
development
growth.
charges, that money is spent.
But it does have to
citywide.
be growth related, I believe. The
So I
projects
think,
have to be related
Councillor
to.
Fillion, you're
growth.
getting into areas where I think there's a cross-section or a division as to what it can be. And if I'm correct, when we look at our development charges, they are both citywide, such as transit, your roadways, your sewer and water infrastructure, and they are also your local projects if they're being
No,
built.
that's fine, because those are related
Which
to
are,
growth.
so when staff are saying you can't,
Yeah.
though they are to some extent related to the development in the area, it depends the item that's on the development charges list to which.
No, that's
sounds
it's
being-
related to growth. If you need more sewers because there's more people or more, I understand that, that's fine, yeah.
So they are spent, though, still across the city, because if the sewer infrastructure has to
Right,
be
okay, fair enough.
improved, and it just counts to get there, and it's going through Councillor Campbell's area, then it's going to be improved.
Right, fair enough, yep. Quick comment.
Yes. Another question from Councillor DiCiano or not? Sorry. No, he wants to speak, but you had a question.
Yeah, so with the report, I mean, the point of a report is to obviously analyze it, but then naturally questions arise. So for my ward, where if you talk to probably any planner in the West District, they'll say that Ward 5 is the busiest ward with respect to development in the entire West District. The report simply shows that in 2013, 2014, the ward received $0 in Section 37. So the question is simple, why? And I guess we'll go offline, but that was the reason why I thought a little bit more reference in the reports would be beneficial, because that's my question. Why is it that Ward 5 received $0 in Section 37 when we have all kinds of, now I know that it's based on when the project was approved, but my understanding is we had some substantial projects approved over the last few years, mainly along a subway corridor. And, you know, it naturally raises the question of why is it 0? And I know you can't answer that right now.
Through the chair, it actually reflects the fact that an agreement has not been signed yet. So a matter might have been approved, but it's either pending before the Ontario Municipal Board or the Section 37 agreement hasn't been entered into. And there are times where there's a delay with respect to that. And that's the importance of doing this on an annual basis, because if we were to have gone back, you would have seen some development and Section 37 money secured in the board.
So as the local councillor, I just want to know all that detail, and I'm not given that detail in this report. So that's the point, but and obviously I'll just go offline and try and get that information at a later date.
Well, through the chair, just to be very clear, all that information is available to you as the local councillor, and we do briefings on a ward-by-ward basis, and we make those briefings available to any councillor. That is not the intention of this report. It's important to recognize the significance of this report. This is the first time this information has been made public in this way. So this is an important milestone. There will be opportunities to improve it, absolutely. And I think that we can go back and take some of the comments we've heard around this table today and think about how we can improve this report. It was intended to bridge a very significant gap, which is that you couldn't actually, this information had never been collected and made available to the public. This was a very important step for us in transitioning from Section 37 being a bit of a mystery to being transparent and identifying what had been collected. I'd like to flag for everyone a very important brochure that we created that's also one of the key recommendations that came out of our Section 37 work, and that is this report, which in very simple language explains what Section 37 is and explains how Section 37 works. And this is a great document to bring to your meetings with your constituents, because we've actually had excellent feedback that it kind of demystifies Section 37 and how Section 37 works.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion, you wanted to speak.
Just a quick comment, because I sense some councillors think maybe there's some unfairness here. Even with the Section 37 money that's available in Ward 23, for example, there is a shortage of approximately 15 to 20 childcare centers. And if you have a child in Ward 23, you're looking at least a 3-year wait. So you better plan it out 2 years before you get pregnant. So whatever money there is doesn't barely meet the needs. And then the big benefit, where the money comes pouring in to Etobicoke and Scarborough from development in some of our wards, it's called the property tax. And I've asked a couple of times for a report on the amount of revenue in property tax generated from my ward versus how much gets spent on it. And the staff have never, despite several motions asking for that, have never produced it. And when I've said kind of, where's the report, it's kind of like, we really don't want to write that report, you know, it's not going to be helpful. You know, it's an enormous amount that is collected that goes to reduce property taxes from what they would otherwise be in the areas that don't have the development. So it's a tremendously good deal for the taxpayers elsewhere in the city that we have these areas of intense development, not necessarily so good for the people who live in them.
Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank staff for putting together this report. I recognize that there has been questions that have been put forward before this committee in the past. Certainly, councillors have raised concerns about, you know, how to make sure that the process is more open, more transparent, and quite honestly, more comprehensible. Section 37 at best, I think, is it befogs most people, including developers and oftentimes city councilors, individually, collectively, city council. And from my reading of comments that perhaps that have been made out of the mayor's office, even the mayor was unsure of how this is all calculated and how it works. So this is actually a really great report, and I want to thank staff for putting this out there. And I think it only gets better by providing more information to the general public. And there is always going to be questions when we're dealing with city finances and how dollars are allocated from one community to another community. And that oftentimes is the model of scarcity that we operate from in this building, is how do we do as much as possible with as little as possible and still deliver the services that people are expecting. And that's the question that we have to answer. And oftentimes those answers will be disconnected, they'll be disjointed, because it's really hard to answer that question when the formula is already so broken. And the formula is broken largely because if we want more services, if we want to absorb that growth and density, then we're going to have to pay for those services as a city. And that's a different political conversation. We know we can't build a city on the back of Section 37 dollars. Clearly, there's just not enough. But we also can't build a city simply on development charges. And I don't want to go too far down the road about, you know, taxation and how we build services and how we build up the public service and how we deliver services that residents expect us to deliver. But I do think, coming back to my original point, is that the more information we provide the public, the better informed they are. And the more transparent we are, the better the conversation, the more robust our discussion, and better our civil democracy. So I want to thank staff for this. And I'll look forward to next year's report. And I would actually, to be quite honest, I'll look forward to a slowdown of development applications in Ward 27. Just looking at the volume of money that the ward has secured, technically, just reminds me about how many hours the city planners who work in our district, the city planners that work in my neighborhoods, and my staff and I have gone through to secure this money that's not quite received, but just simply secured. And there's a difference between secured and received. Secured is when we write the agreement. Receive is like sometimes many years, 5, 6, 7 years down the road, if it ever gets built. And that's the number that you really want to keep your eye on, is what is received. And there's not as much as you think. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to comment briefly on this. First of all, when you look at the number of $112 million, you can say that's an awful lot. But on average, we might get 5% of the value of a property. And that's not on all the properties that are built in the city. That's only the properties that may be subject to negotiation and may be willing to negotiate that aren't at the board. So you're talking about $112 million on a couple of $1 billion worth of redevelopment in the city. When you try and deal with it, the issue that I have often with city staff is we ask the planners to get involved with the negotiations for the Section 37. I believe that's an unfairness to the planner because they're the one that had to review the application and consider whether the development was appropriate. Well, if you think something's appropriate, then often you question, why are you going back for cash? You kind of put the planner in a conflict with himself, which is an issue. And then they come back and try and look at not what the value is, but what other Section 37 agreements have been. And recently we were trying to resolve one in the ward I represent, and found the range being from a few dollars a square foot to $15 or $20 a square foot in the same area. So the question was, what's the appropriate one? Wasn't it, Brian? We couldn't figure out what was appropriate because there was no real standard. So it wasn't a question of what was right or what was needed. It was a question of what was appropriate. And the issue I have is that there isn't a standard or a level playing field where people know when they're developing what the cost should be, what they're expected to pay, where this shouldn't be a cash grab. If the development works, the development works. Section 37 was meant to give benefits to developments that might be greater than what the area was looking at. And I don't think that we are down-zoned or don't have enough development in the city. I don't know any city as busy as ours, and what I hear on an ongoing basis is how much development is going on. The Young Eglinton area, I think there's 38 applications alone in that area. Development and redevelopment of the city is huge. So development charges are meant to capture some of the costs for the infrastructure that's needed citywide to deal with it, your transit, your transportation issues, et cetera, which are to some extent citywide, and you try and capture also the local needs. But you can't capture any of it because this city is far behind in its ability to maintain the infrastructure we need, both as hard services and soft services for the type of development that we have, and neither our development charges nor our Section 37 benefits are getting anywhere near what we need to keep this a great city. So the report's here to give us some idea of what it is, and as when I looked at it with staff, the ward I represent had $9.7 million in it. Let me tell you, I wish it was every year, because I don't think you're ever going to see that again. And it was going to one particular use, and part of the area that we're looking at was the construction of a community center, which is going to cost in the neighborhood of $50 million, the bulk of which is still being funded by the taxpayer through either taxes or through development charges. So it's a report. It gives us some idea what we've been able to achieve. It doesn't resolve any of the issues that I think many of you have as to how you negotiate it, what's fair negotiated, where the use is, how it's spread across the city, and a level playing field for those that are buying property and wanting to know what they may pay additionally, or those that are working within the industry. But I think at least it's a stepping stone in the right direction. It's a lot of work to get this information prepared, and I think the comments that you all had will help us in future years to understand it better, and maybe even to help us negotiate better and fairer with everyone when they come forward with an application. And I think it's to move this for, is this for receipt? Or do we? So, council, so we request the city planning division report annually on the section. So what do I do with this? Council requests that the city planning division report annually on the section 37 and 45 benefits secured in the preceding year. So that's the motion to continue doing this. No other motions? All in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Item number 9. This is the one that our legal department has been waiting for. Brian, before we just table this, could you give us a little background as to what this is intended to do? I'll ask that of you as a question, so you can give us a little idea of what's here, because I think it's a great report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, we were asked to comment on process dealing with a number of matters. First was to review the current internal policies of legal regarding the retention of external planning experts to support City Council's decisions and directives. Number 2, to advise how lawyers are assigned to Ontario Municipal Board appeals. Number 3, to advise on the protocol for retaining outside consultants, lawyers, and planners. And D, to provide a list of approved outside consultants, lawyers, and planners, and to advise how often this list is revised and on the number of occasions each was retained over the past 3 years. So the report endeavors to do that, Mr. Chairman, and I guess very briefly, I should point out that obviously the reason that occasionally we have to retain outside planners at the Ontario Municipal Board is because city planning is not on side with the position that council takes on a particular development application, whether it be an official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, or some form of land division, or alternatively, with respect to a position arising out of the Committee of Adjustment on either a minor variance or a severance application. So the report sets out that typically, I should say too, that the percentage of cases where we go to the Ontario Municipal Board without a city planner is fairly small, and it's even smaller where we attend at the Ontario Municipal Board and are unable to retain an outside planner. What this report does do is it brings to the attention of council the longstanding practice of city legal, and that is, and this happens primarily with respect to minor variance applications. If we're instructed to attend at the OMB on either a consent and/or minor variance application, our practice is to go to 3 credible or reputable outside planners to seek their advice and to determine whether or not, on the merits of the project or proposed development, whether or not that outside planner can support council's direction. And as I said, we go to 3 planners. If after 3 planners, all of them refuse the retainer on the merits of the project, then legal will attend at the OMB without a planner. Now, needless to say, prior to doing that, we will advise the local councillor of the 3 turndowns on the merits. And the reason for this is that this is actually quite a valuable exercise. This is essentially a peer review process of the city planning decision, and it gives the local councillor an opportunity to perhaps review his or her own position on the matter and determine whether or not it may be advisable to pursue some form of settlement as opposed to an outright opposition to the particular application at hand. So I think it's a valuable process, and it has in the past resulted in a rethink of the city's position and ultimately a settlement as opposed to an outright loss at the Ontario Municipal Board. Another reason for the 3 planner rule is that at the present time, we are not charged by outside planners when we go outside to seek their opinion. And I should say that, this is a relatively time-consuming process for the outside planning consultants in the sense that they do have to review the entire package that we have provided to them. They have to look at it based on the merits in accordance with the appropriate planning documents, and then they have to render their opinion to us. And as I said, we're currently not charged for this. I would suggest that if we started to shop around for opinions and we started going to a multitude of planners, 3, 4, 5, 6 planners, we might find that in the future we are charged for that service. Thirdly, it is rather time-consuming for the assigned lawyer on the file to be involved in reviewing the facts and reviewing the planning merits of the file more than 3 times. Needless to say, everything takes time, and my suggestion is that once you're past 3 planners or at 3 planners that have turned you down on the merits with their rationale, it's not a particularly good use of staff resources to keep seeking an outside planner. I would also point out to the committee that the Ontario Municipal Board, as you know, has the authority to award costs, and this sometimes happens where a party is being irresponsible or does not present credible evidence at the Ontario Municipal Board. And part of the reason for calling it quits, if you will, at a certain point with respect to the number of planners you go to, is that certainly the city has a reputation and credibility to maintain with the Ontario Municipal Board, and certainly the desire is not to go to the board with a less than credible outside planner to present a less than credible case. So it is one means by which to minimize the risk of costs being awarded against the city, and also a means of maintaining the city's credibility on certain appeals. So that's the rationale in terms of the three-planner rule. I would also point out that unlike the luxury of our colleagues in private practice who either have their client with them at key times during a hearing process or the ability to call them up, we only have the ability to seek instructions from council roughly 8 or 9, 10 times a year at city council meetings. And therefore, there needs to be a process such as this where, based on practice, we can resolve the matter without having to go back to city council, because quite frankly, I'm sure as many of the councillors around this table know, the board is not always inclined to grant adjournments of Ontario Municipal Board hearings for the purpose of the city going back and seeking further instructions. So the reality of the situation is that this practice has developed over the years out of necessity, and it has worked in legal's opinion and should continue in the future. The report also goes on to talk about the retention of outside lawyers. There are very few lawyers that the city retains. The only occasion would be if there's a particularly complex and time-consuming matter that staff lawyers do not have the resources to carry out, and I'm talking within the planning context. So the key areas are obviously on official plan appeals, comprehensive official plan appeals, and the examples that we've seen recently are city planning retaining or using their budget to retain planners to assist on the appeals with respect to the employment lands as well as the heritage provisions of the official plan review. So it is very limited when outside lawyers are retained. As I said, that's typically done through a call for interest and interviews. City legal and city planning then interviews applicants to determine whether they're suitable for the task. If there are any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them on the report.
Questions of Mr. Haley? Mr. Campbell, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in 2014, there were only am I reading this right? There were only 17 occasions when we hired outside planners? It's on the last page.
Yes, sorry, which year, Councillor?
In 2014.
2014?
Just adding it up, there were 17 occasions when we hired outside planners?
Yes, that's correct.
Do we know how many of those were successful?
I don't have those figures with me, but we certainly do have those records.
That'd be great to know, because if it's zero, it's a practice that we probably shouldn't continue.
We, Councillor, we report this out during the budget consultation process, so certainly we will have that information available on an annual basis during the budget debate.
Do you have an idea? I won't hold you to it. Just curious. Is it 50-50? Are they generally successful in upholding a council decision, or
Well, sometimes there's also a settlement, so if you consider a settlement a win, then yes, generally it would be in excess of 50%.
Okay, thank you. I don't consider a settlement a win, but anyway. It's a loss. I don't have.
Oh. Well, we can do that in speaking. Are there other questions? So, Mr. Haley as well, Brian, there has been some discussion, and there's a motion that I'm going to move that you help me prepare on a specialized team of city planners and city lawyers, and I think you and the chief planner have had some consultation on that. Can you describe what I'd be looking for in the motion that you helped me draft?
Yes, this actually came out of the Chief Planners Roundtable a year ago, I believe, maybe slightly more than a year ago, where it was certainly identified both between planning staff and city legal staff that it would be advantageous to have additional training for a specialized team to attend at the Ontario Municipal Board. As councillors probably know, often city staff is up against what I would call professional witnesses at the Ontario Municipal Board. These are planners or transportation consultants that essentially attend at the Ontario Municipal Board as a major part of their work, whereas the city often attends with either junior planners or planners, transportation planners, engineers that are certainly professional planners or professional engineers, but they may not be professional witnesses. And therefore, it was felt that enhanced training would be advantageous in terms of training individuals within those certain skill sets to be able to attend at the Ontario Municipal Board on key projects or key appeals of interest to the city. And they would be trained in the giving of evidence, in addition to obviously their professional skills. In addition, they would also have skill training with respect to mediation and negotiation. The solicitors would also, on this team, would also be trained in terms of negotiation and mediation. And the hope is that with this specialized team, created for the purpose of key policy hearings at the Ontario Municipal Board, that the success rate with respect to those appeals would increase. It would provide valuable training to staff who could then share that training with other staff members. And we felt that certainly on a pilot basis, we could review this, determine what the statistics are over a year or two to determine whether or not the training should be extended more widely to other city employees as well. So the motion before you, or the motion you have before you, Mr. Chair, essentially asks the chief planner, together with the city solicitor, to report back to Planning Growth Management with a report to set out how this specialized team could be created.
To my colleagues, I would have liked to share this with you in advance. I only got the motion this morning because Monday and Tuesday, due to the holidays, I wasn't in the office here. But the chief planner's also been involved, so I just asked if she'd like to comment on this as well, so you'll understand the direction and where this motion has come from, because it isn't something that I thought up all by myself. And then you can ask questions, so I put the motion up so you can see it as well.
Through the chair, Brian has given a comprehensive overview of the intention of the motion. This motion, this idea, and we actually nicknamed this the OMB SWAT team. This idea came forward in the context of our strategic planning process 3 years ago, and it emerged in part because we were looking at where there's a tremendous amount of churn in terms of our time as city staff, where we spend a lot of time going through the motions, and it became very clear that one of the tensions we face is that frequently we have staff who are attending an OMB hearing on a one-off basis, and they are in fact up against a team, to use Brian's term, of professional witnesses, people who spend their time full-time at the board, and it puts us in a significant disadvantage when we're at the Ontario Municipal Board. So the idea behind the SWAT team was to create a specialized team of our best negotiators, our best witness statement writers, who could in fact both work with local planners to upskill them to be more successful at the OMB, but could also be a repository of best practices and could serve to advance working collectively between city planning and city legal, both a more efficient process around how we perform at the OMB, but also to ensure that we are getting better outcomes because we're better represented at the Ontario Municipal Board. So this is a very important idea that I believe holds a significant amount of potential to better position us at the Ontario Municipal Board. That said, it's important to note, to put into context, and this is where there's a really significant mismatch in terms of the amount of time we spend. Of our community planning applications, only 4% of those applications actually end up at the Ontario Municipal Board. Of those 4%, we win about 50%, we lose about 50%. However, if you look at the amount of time that goes into that 4%, it's very, very high and really significant, in part because hearings are frequently several weeks long. There's preparing the witness statements, there's the collecting of evidence, there's the creating of graphic materials, all of which is extremely labor intensive. So our objective here is to be more successful and to have better processes in place where we're drawing on the talent that already exists within the organization to succeed.
Are there questions? Councillor Fillion?
Can we do this sooner? I mean, the sooner the better for this. I'm wondering if we can fit in the report this year.
Through the chair, I would like to say yes, but realistically I cannot. We made this second-year action in our strategic plan, but we haven't yet implemented it simply because we don't have the people to implement it. Currently, we have the people who would be involved in implementing this are also involved in defending the development permit system at the board, are involved in OPA 231 at the board, are involved with the new zoning bylaw. They're our strategic initiatives team. We simply don't have enough capacity to do it sooner. We would love to, though, because we know there's going to be a significant benefit, so it is quite frustrating.
I guess the sooner the better. And then just a question of you, Mr. Chair, if you would consider this a friendly amendment where it says hearings of major policy, would you consider, or those which would create a significant adverse precedent? So it might not be a policy issue. It could be a, townhouse development in the middle of a neighborhood. That if that happens.
So for this, I have to depend upon both the chief planner and the city solicitor to tell me, because an adverse precedent could be something that we could be not able to defend well, so.
No,
So
okay.
why don't you?
Significant and.
So why don't you pose the question, if you could, towards the city solicitor's office and let them respond to you, because I don't have an objection to what you're trying to do.
I guess certainly the question is who would determine that. However, what you're asking for here is a report back, so we could certainly address that in the report. We can take that into consideration and determine perhaps protocols that council may want to choose as to when the SWAT team would be deployed, so to speak.
Yeah, so if we could put that wording in, or those which would create a significant adverse precedent. I assume with all of these, we're looking at winnable cases. If it's not a winnable case that has some importance, we wouldn't be.
I think the staff work just to add that in there, then I'll speak to it while you can do that, and I have no problem in adding it. The report was here based on, sorry. My apologies, Councillor. I didn't see your hand before. I only saw Councillor Fillion's.
You were looking to the right, so you're
I also look to the left. I'm a very balanced individual.
I thought Councillor Fillion was
I
going to
look right and I look left before I cross the road.
I thought Councillor Fillion was going to ask for a specific pilot project for Ward 23, but he didn't do that.
So Councillor Campbell, you have some questions.
Yeah, and I fully support this. The question, though, is that I often hear from planners that when they go to the OMB, it's almost a matter of chance whether they win or they lose, depending on who is adjudicating. That being the question, do you really feel that we would be improving our odds, or do you really feel that we could improve our odds significantly, given the, I guess, the unpredictability of the adjudicators?
Through the chair, while that is true, that there is a certain level of unpredictability, it's difficult to underestimate the value and the importance of preparedness. And there are instances where we have one relatively new community planner who's up against a team of between 5 and 10 full-time OMB witnesses, and it's a wash when that happens. So from our perspective, the extent to which we can upskill our team and ensure, particularly on the hearings that have some kind of potential adverse impact or precedent implication, that we can have a much better and stronger presence, we believe it's valuable and worthwhile to do that.
So you said 4% of applications go to the OMB. Do you have a number?
I don't have that. I don't have the number in front of me.
How many we're doing a year? And
It would be difficult. I would need to have the numbers that are appealed, but we can get that to you very easily.
your estimate is that we win half and lose half.
That's correct.
Okay.
Now, it's important to qualify that because I was speaking specifically to community planning applications, which is different from large policies such as the new zoning bylaw, the DPS.
You're speaking to specific
Development applications. In fact, on the larger policies, we do very well in negotiating. For example, we settled all of our appeals to our official plan amendment for our heritage policies. We did not go to a hearing. So we actually do very well on citywide policy at the board.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Are there any other members of committee that have questions? Thank you. Then we'll bring it into speakers, and I'll put my motion first, and I've amended it to deal with what Councillor Fillion has asked for. And I am moving it very much. I think in this committee it will hopefully support it unanimously, because I don't know anywhere in Canada that's busier than the City of Toronto and has as great a team of planners, legal staff, and staff throughout the city. However, often we're challenged by teams of legal staff and planners that may be able to make a better argument than the people that we have representing us at the board are able to, as Mr. Haley has said, because not everyone is skilled in presentations or dealing with the issues that come up. And if any of you have been to the board, I think as Councillor Fillion has, I have, we've seen it where when we've had a great team or a great negotiator, a great person in a room, even for discussions, there's a whole different attitude than if there's a different team in the room that may not be as strong in their presentations or their negotiating skills, although very experienced in their job, and the applicant sometimes may feel that they can push them around more. This is an intent to make Toronto's negotiating team at the Ontario Municipal Board and Representatives for us there the best anywhere, which we should be. There shouldn't be a better team of individuals going on a hearing that council has asked for, or city staff have asked for, to be dependent than the ones that we have, and we have the skills and abilities and the staff that are in the city to do that. This is a matter of getting them together so they can be there for us and to train others within the division so they can come up through the ranks and know that. I mean, we have an application, Councillor Fillion, we had trying to defend the office use on Yonge Street, just north of the North York Civic Center. Staff were adamant it should never be condominiums, but we got blown away at the board. It was the wrong decision. It was the wrong decision, but we didn't get what we wanted to be there. And there are other times when we've gone there like that. So this is a chance, and what I'm trying and what I'm hoping to do here today is to advance the idea that's been percolating within the city's own divisions, to bring that forward and to say, we support you. We think it's a great thing to do. We know there's great staff here. We really want to be able to go to the board with a strong presentation, and not only to be able to defend it if it's technical evidence, but in here I've included the fact of mediation, which Councillor Campbell, I would, and not to tell you what, I have found in instances that I've had that mediation has been successful. When you have two different parties that are far apart, and at the end of the day we can come to a negotiated settlement, I don't find that a loss. I found some major applications that we've had to deal with that were able to be settled in that manner and saved us rolling the dice in front of one individual that's appointed by the province that might adjudicate for us. And depending what they feel like, and oftentimes they may even write in their decisions, well, I understand everything the community said or the councillors have said, but based on the planning evidence. And that's the problem. So if we can mediate it and come to a solution that we agree upon, I think it's the best way to go, whether it's committee of adjustment or major applications or settle major planning matters that the city's got there. The more you can settle and come to a reasonable resolution to, that everyone's acceptable to, I think it's best. So I'm moving this with, and I appreciate Councillor Fillion's addition to it. I think it's a great thing to do. I think the report is good to have, and I understand Mr. Haley's concerns because some of us as councillors have run into the fact we haven't had a planner. But I think even in that instance, he's going to continue to try and resolve the issues with the local councillor if he has it in a way that they may be able to provide some representation on the issue. Councillor Fillion.
First, I'll speak briefly on your motion, and then I have one to introduce. And thank you. It's great motion. I have a little anecdote. It's kind of, I don't think I've ever told Mr. Haley this. It was a dispute with a very large developer in Ward 23, and we had a feisty lawyer on the case, and Mr. Haley was advising her, or assumed to be advising her, by the applicant. And I heard later from somebody on the applicant's side, the reason we settled that is because you had a feisty lawyer and Brian Haley was advising her, and so we did a calculation that reduced our chances of success, so we settled. So I heard that sort of from the horse's mouth. Settle when you have a formidable team facing the applicant. My motion, which is related to Committee of Adjustment and trying to reduce the need for outside planners, that the chief planner, and should I read it out, or just is it good enough that everybody can see it? That the chief planner and executive director, city planning, ensure that planning staff reviewing Committee of Adjustment applications are familiar with the official plan intent as stated below, in order to reduce the number of instances in which the hiring of outside planners may be necessary due to a lack of clarity by city planning staff regarding the intent of the official plan with respect to Committee of Adjustment applications. And then the quoted section is, for the purposes of this policy, a geographic neighborhood will be delineated by considering the context within the neighborhood and proximity to the development site, including zoning, prevailing dwelling type and scale, lot size and configuration, street pattern, pedestrian connectivity, and natural and human-made dividing features. The physical character of the geographic neighborhood includes both the physical characteristics of the entire geographic area and the physical characteristics of the properties in the same block that also face the same street as the development site. The evaluation of the appropriateness of new development will consider whether the development is consistent with the prevailing character in both instances. If this was applied, I would, or when this is applied, I will seldom need to ask for an outside planner. So there's a way of saving ourselves a lot of money. And in addition to saving the money, it's obviously when you have an outside planner, it's like waving a flag in front of the board member. Planning staff thought this was fine. In some cases, they didn't write a report, or they weren't concerned enough to write a report, or whatever the reason. Regarding the hiring of outside planners, and I don't correct anything Mr. Haley said about going out to 3 people. The reality of the situation, though, the economic reality of the situation is that planning consultants make a heck of a lot more from the private sector than they do from the city. And because you have to be consistent in your evidence at the board, it is very difficult to get an outside planner for a small amount of money for a case with the city to take a position which would then prevent them from taking a contrary position when offered a much more lucrative retainer by a builder or a developer who would use their services a lot more frequently. So it's increasingly hard to find. It's increasingly more the case that you get 3 planners that go, nah, I don't really want the case. It doesn't always mean that the case didn't have merit.
Thank you. Questions of the councillor? Just quickly, John, so is it your intent, though, that when planning staff review the application, they also brief the committee on what they found or report to them? Because the issue is what they may find, and the second is the briefing of the committee members.
Well, that's a separate matter. This is just dealing with the planning staff. The chief planner said there's going to be, I'd be happy if this is shared with the committee members, but I didn't want to be,
Okay.
I think that's best handled in other ways.
Thank you. Are there other speakers to the item? Councillor Wong Tam.
Just a question. I just want to fully understand the intention of this motion. And maybe if you can just explain the first paragraph to me again. You're asking that the city planners are familiar with the intention of the official plan. Wouldn't all city planners be familiar with the intention of the official plan?
One would hope. We have the Committee of Adjustment files are often handled by brand-new planners. That's no criticism of them. That's just the case. It's kind of the lowest level in the community planning section, and it's very often somebody who doesn't have a lot of experience with official plans, interpretation of them, precedent, et cetera.
I mean, there are certain thresholds to becoming to be a community planner hired by the City of Toronto, and I don't think that we're actually hiring. With all due respect, I don't believe we're hiring planners that are not qualified with some level of experience, work-related or otherwise, walking through this building. To become a City of Toronto planner, you'd have to have, quite honestly, the best qualifications. So I'm just trying to understand if the intention is to make sure that we have more senior planners that are assigned to Committee of Adjustment application reviews, then...
No, it's not.
No,
It's just
okay.
simply to make sure that the planning staff reviewing the applications are familiar with the criteria that they should be applying. It's not telling them what conclusions they should reach, and that to make sure that is communicated up and down the line. That's all. If you think that's already happening, then it's at worst redundant. If you don't think it's always happening, which I think is the case, then it will do some good.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Fillion has expressed to me and asked me whether I've had similar circumstances where variance applications at the Committee of Adjustment that staff did not comment on will be setting precedents, and I've said I've seen the same thing. And I think that's what he's also trying to get at, is some of these minor variances, which might not be commented on the first time they're in front of the committee, may be setting the character for the community, which was different than what's there and then becomes the standard. So I think he's just trying to be sure that everyone's aware of what's there, knows how the policies are, and the impacts of those reviews as well. So there's a fairness at the committee. So we have the two motions. Do them as a package. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. The next item is the Steeles Redley Regeneration Study Area. I know there's a number of speakers here. Councillor DiCiano, I think, has a motion to defer this to the next meeting, but that would still permit the November public meeting, which we could schedule at the next meeting here, or did you want to schedule the public meeting as well now and defer this one?
I would prefer to do that at the next
Committee's
meeting.
approval, I'll go, before we go to speakers, to Councillor DiCiano for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the motion is simple, just to defer this item to October 8th's Planning and Growth Management Committee. After reviewing the reports, I just have some concerns with respect to this employment area, a portion of it at least being dedicated or being rezoned to mixed use, and a lot of questions that I have with respect to the third-party report, the potential impacts and how they should or will be mitigated, and who's going to be taking on the brunt of the cost of that, whether it's the industries that are in that area or is it going to be the new development. So I'm hoping that committee members, in light of how much importance we put on employment lands in our city, will defer this for 30 days so we can get more clarification and answers with respect to the matter. Thank you.
To members of the public, there is that motion here. If you wish to speak, you are here and you can speak to it, or if we're deferring it, which I think is the issue here, we'd ask you to come back at the next meeting. So the motion in front of us is to defer it. All in favor of the deferral? Opposed? That's carried. So we'll have our speakers at the next meeting, which will be on October the 8th. Okay, so the last item we have is item PG 6.11, TO Prosperity Interim Poverty Reduction Strategy. We have a number of speakers. I'll start with the list. The first speaker I have is John Sanderson. Are they here? Thank you.
Perfect. My name is John Sanderson. I represent the Toronto branch of the Basic Income Canada Network. Thank you for seeing me today. I've come to urge this committee to recommend that the basic income be added to the poverty reduction strategy. The basic income is a simple and elegant idea. Provide enough money to every member of the populace so they can afford food and shelter unconditionally. It is a direct response to the serious issues that income inequality introduces and an insistence that poverty, precarious work, and worker exploitation should simply not exist in a society as wealthy as Canada. Our current methods of dealing with these issues are ineffective. The current welfare model does not provide the foundation an individual requires to find their footing and rejoin the civil society. It creates what is commonly referred to as the welfare trap, where a person who falls into poverty is incentivized to stay there and is unable to take the risks required out of fear for their survival. Simply by giving citizens of the country the money they need through a tax system that already exists to secure the necessities themselves without condition, judgment, or expectation, we can better tackle the problems that threaten to undermine the basis of our society. This policy has been tested both here in Canada, in Dauphin, Manitoba, and abroad in sections of India. The results speak for themselves, with lowered healthcare costs, increased education rates, and increased productivity, disproving the hypothesis that providing a basic income will result in a lazy populace. The test subjects, as well as the members who administered the experiments, called the outcomes emancipatory. Our organization believes that the basic income is an inevitability due to the increasing spread of automation. Automated tellers already exist in our local supermarkets and will continue to spread as technology improves and businesses discover how to use them. The most pressing example from our view is the automated vehicle. The business community and the regulators responsible for overseeing their introduction have stated that these vehicles will be road ready by 2035. Uber has already purchased enough vehicles to eliminate the taxi industry here in Toronto. The result will be a spike in unemployment that the city is not prepared to deal with. Already the taxi drivers have protested at City Hall over the existence of Uber. It doesn't take much imagination to figure out what they will begin doing once their entire industry has been automated and they are out of work. This leaves our organization with the conclusion that what we are discussing today is not whether a basic income will be instituted, but whether we will institute it before a mass social upheaval forces it upon us. We believe that the basic income will be a cheaper, more efficient way to provide every citizen of the country with the necessities they require to survive. If we are to plan a community without poverty and seek the enjoyment of the populace, then it is our belief that a powerful addition to the strategies already laid out in the extraordinarily comprehensive interim poverty strategy would be the basic income. The basic income has been endorsed by the Canada Food Bank, who believes that it would eliminate hunger from our society and make food banks obsolete. The Mayor of Calgary, Naheed Nenshi, as well as mayors of Edmonton, Ajax, Sarnia, Aurora, Stratford, Collingwood, Kingsville, Cobourg, Innisville, Oshawa, and Kenora have added their voice to the ever-growing list of basic income supporters. The Association of Public Health Agencies in Toronto and the Canadian Medical Association have stated that poverty is the primary cause of health issues amongst the Canadian populace and have called for a basic income. I am requesting that you do the same. Take on poverty, hunger, homelessness, precarious labor, and ever-increasing unemployment directly. Please endorse the basic income and recommend that it be added to the poverty reduction strategy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. What I would, though, suggest to the deputants is, and I appreciate your comments on basic income, we are the Planning and Growth Committee. So we can deal with development-related issues. We can deal with building department-related issues. those issues that you have will be ones that would come in front of executive committee. We can't deal, or can we make recommendations on that matter? So, and I didn't want to stop you in your speaking because others may have a similar opinion, so I wanted to give you a chance to put it forward. But I'd ask, if you're going to speak to us, please speak to us about the matters that we can deal with that are under the jurisdiction of this committee, which are planning and growth matters.
Now, which committee specifically are you saying that I should go to?
That would be the executive committee or economic development when it comes. But we do, as you've heard today from us, we're planning and growth, development-related issues, which are development approval process or the building division and the approval process in the building. So I didn't want to, John, stop you from making your statement, and you had waited, and there may be others with a similar one. So you've made it for them. But for the next speakers that come forward, if you can deal with items that we could deal with at the committee, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Michael, did you want to deal with something that we can, because you're experienced at the committee?
I mean, it's a mixture, I guess. I mean,
Yeah, but I need you to stay on the focus that we have here, and you've been around council for a long time, you know what we can deal with.
well, all right,
Is
but
the issues on planning and growth?
I mean, I have to say he did not speak for me. I think that technology reduces productivity, and it does not make it possible for people to just not work and get paid. It produces exactly the opposite effect. In fact, it's the very source of his problem. As long as there's more technology, we are going to see people getting paid less and having to actually work more because it is unproductive.
Michael,
there isn't going to be unemployment as a result. Now, all right, but I mean,
Stay with
this
items
is,
that we could possibly
all right.
deal with here.
That's, I mean, planning does affect the economy, right? I mean, you agree with that. You were just discussing employment areas. So these questions of what employment is going to be, the fact that the economy is in recession, the fact that we are not actually experiencing inequality, we're experiencing an equal decline, the rich are getting poorer as well as the poor getting poorer, and that there is actually a total loss of productivity due to technology. I think you do have to take that into account when you're making planning decisions as to what kind of economic sectors you want to support. And my original reason for becoming involved in planning was actually when the waterfront was being proposed, and they started to talk about using the waterfront to promote high tech. And I was against that. And that is a cause of poverty. So as a planning department, the waterfront should never have been used as a chance to, and now they've actually gone and they've put in a requirement that new units must have certain types of internet installed in them, forcing the homeowners, even if they don't want it or aren't willing to see their money spent in that way, paying about $20,000 over the course of the period of time that that the development might last. So on something, because the planning people thought it was a good idea. So there are ways that the planning department can direct the economy away from technology and towards things that are more productive. And I think we do have to be aware that the economy is in decline because the knowledge-based and technology-based economy has been a failure, and that when you are making planning decisions, you should not be swayed by the belief that technology is productive or makes it possible for people to work less or provides an increase in income. In fact, it does exactly the opposite. It provides for additional costs, makes people have to work harder and longer, and actually means we will never see the days of people having a guaranteed income for not working. So there are planning decisions that you do make about employment areas and such that will affect how the economy goes and whether there will or will not be more poverty in the future. So yes, you do have an influence over those matters.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much. I have Jim Marshall next. Is Jim still here? So Jim, still, if you can try and focus it, if there's something we can
Yes.
do here, that's what we're looking for. We will all deal with it through executive and at council on a comprehensive basis. And if there are those of you that have deputations which you'd like to have on the record, even though they may not be exactly what we're looking for today, I'm more than happy to have you submit those to the clerk so they will be officially here.
Good. My name is James Marshall, and I'm from Ward 6. Today, I'm here to talk about the need for action and the need to facilitate the delivery of new affordable housing, both in private developments and through development projects by the city and its agencies. In some cases, this will require legislative changes to enable inclusionary zoning to facilitate the delivery of new affordable housing in private developments. It will also require amending of bylaws to increase the availability of secondary suites and rooming houses. In Toronto, more than 93,500 households, more than 170,000 people are on the waiting list for affordable housing as of June of this year. The challenge has been with us for more than 20 years, when in 1993, the federal government dismantled our national housing program. As a result, more than 100,000 affordable housing units were never built. It is time for the city to step up and do what it can and convince the federal and provincial governments to get back into the business of social and affordable housing. The passing by council in principle of the Toronto Poverty Reduction Plan is a good first step. Why am I interested in this issue of housing and poverty? For more than 15 years, I worked in the National Office of the United Church of Canada as staff for economic and social policy. I facilitated a national affordable housing group that included directors of many agencies across the country and people like Michael Shapcott and Sean Gadden, who is Director of Affordable Housing for the city. My work also involved supporting community agencies that dealt with vulnerable populations within Toronto. Jane Finn Community Ministry, Shalom House, Davenport Perth, Fred Victor, Regent Park Community Ministry, often in partnership with Toronto Community Housing. I retired in 2007, but maintained contact with several of the directors of these community ministries and with the concerns that they raised about the need for a concerted affordable housing approach. In conclusion, let me restate the call for action with which I began. You need to facilitate the delivery of new affordable housing, both in private developments and through development projects by the city and its agencies. In some cases, this will require legislative changes to enable inclusionary zoning to facilitate the delivery of new affordable housing in private developments. It will also involve making surplus public land available for affordable housing at no cost to nonprofit groups. It will also require amending of bylaws to increase the availability of secondary suites and rooming houses. Please act fast so that your decisions have a positive impact for the 2016 city budget. We need sufficient and stable funding. Many of the actions you can take are quick and at low cost, but you also need to set in place policies and infrastructure for systemic change to reduce poverty and increase affordable housing. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak on this important issue. I have copies of my presentation if you wish me to give them to the clerk.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming. Paul Codd?
Hello, my name is Paul Codd, and I proudly reside in East York. I'd like to thank the Planning and Growth Management Committee for listening to me. Canada is a very beautiful country, For that reason, my parents and I moved here many years ago. Canada has its issues, just like any other country. One of these issues is affordable housing. What we need is a national housing strategy. Presently, there are 91,000 and counting families on a waiting list for affordable housing. The expectancy rate of finally getting an apartment is 20 years, if you're lucky. Don't hold your breath. Recently, it was suggested that 200 units a year be set aside for affordable housing. At that rate, it would take 455 years to house the initial 91,000 families on the waiting list. By then, the initial amount would be a lot larger. By the way, how many families do you think could last 455 years? Now that I've articulated the problem, what's the solution? That's going to be a hard nut to crack. City Recommendation 3.3 states, continue to advocate for the legislative changes necessary to enable inclusionary zoning to facilitate the delivery of new affordable housing in private developments. In a country that believes in the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, the right to affordable housing must be a cherished principle. Its advocacy is important to have legislative changes made. Whose responsibility is it? Everyone's. Therefore, mandate it that way. City Recommendation 3.5 states, seek opportunities to provide affordable housing through development projects by the city and its agencies. In life, when opportunities present themselves, you must always go with the flow. Civic leaders must provide affordable housing through development projects by the city and its agencies. Therefore, in conclusion, I would like to again thank the Planning and Growth Management Committee for allowing me to speak. I'm very much in favor of the poverty reduction strategy, and I believe City Recommendations 3.3 and 3.5 must pass. Thanks for your patience. Have a good day.
Thank you, Paul. Are there any questions of the deputant? I don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Then I have Courtney Laws. Is Courtney here? The next I have after that is Cheryl Morniga. Don't see Cheryl. Patricia Reed, who's been sitting patiently there with her beautiful little hat on waiting for us.
So good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Patricia Reed, R-E-I-D, not R-E-E-D. I'm 75 years old, and I live in Ward 14, Parkdale High Park. I'm here to urge the Planning and Growth Management Committee to include the need of safe housing for seniors like me. The poverty reduction strategy. I understand it will not cost much to enforce safe building standards, which would include new buildings or renovations. You have to go after the old ones too, in existing ones. In fact, it might be cheaper in the end when the safety standards are in place. Now, housing should always be safe. We don't have a lot of safe housing. I want to tell you the impact of unsafe housing on a senior like me has had. In 2011, all I could afford was a cobbled-together basement apartment. It was moldy, it had one exit, no fire escape. My mattress molded in 4 months, so I had to throw it out. I developed a constant cough. The lock often broke. I made ends meet by eating in drop-ins. I dined with the homeless, poor, and people with great mental health needs, as my housing and financial constraints forced me to do so. Believe me, it was not very pleasant. A young woman died in a fire near me. She lived in the same sort of unsafe basement like me. It really bothered me. Her partner went out to smoke. You know, that saved his life because he was outside. He couldn't get inside to save her. The owner was fined $60,000 plus $15,000 for the victim who died. If they had sued Toronto, it would have been very costly for Toronto. And that's why you have to put in safe housing. I now live in TCH in Parkdale. It's a very unsafe place. I've been assaulted 3 or 4 times, and I'm an old woman. There are strange fights in the hallway at nighttime. I don't go out. My phone works, but not my entry code. It has never worked since the day I moved in. My old superintendent tried making it work, but he never succeeded. So imagine if there's a fight in the hallway, which hasn't happened quite a bit, or I'm being attacked, or I need an ambulance. I could call for help, but I couldn't buzz them in. And that happened recently. There was a big fight, a guy saying, I'm going to kill you in the hallway. I never go out. I keep my door locked. I called the police, but I couldn't buzz them in. It's quite scary. Anyway, all the buildings that you're going to be doing, you should have safety. Right now, I need a safe place to move. I've been told to wait at least 10 years to move to a safer place. If I'm alive, I will be 85 in 10 years. Please make sure your poverty reduction strategy captures the needs of everyone needing safer places to live. It's a matter of having the right kind of policy or bylaw in place. And thank you so much. One of the things I brought, because this really upset me, I have 3 photocopies of a woman. She was only 24 who died, lived in the same kind of place that I lived. And I just find that really appalling. So I brought 3 copies, and I hope some of you read it because it just makes me so sad. She looks like such a vibrant person.
Thank you, Patricia. We can have the clerk take that from you, so we'll officially receive that. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Richard Durdla? Nessa Falazatun? Tim Rourke, I think gave us his written publication for us, as did Dino Lebo. Ryan Friedman. So who have I got? Ryan?
So I think I'm the last one, so thank you for your time this afternoon and for your questions.
So after this, I do have notified the clerk 3 other people, Feroza Mohammed, Ingmai Han, and John Ryerson.
Okay. The Dachei Noam Synagogue, the Social Justice Advocacy Committee, is committed to the protection of social justice in Canada. As Jewish citizens, informed by the principle of good deeds, tzedakah, and repairing the world, tikkun olam, and by international commitments such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we aim at eliminating injustice and poverty within our city. Our activities are nonpartisan and dedicated to the protection and improvement of public policies and programs at all levels of government. And the Multi-Faith Alliance to End Homelessness is a diverse group of faith communities and organizations in the Toronto area. Based on our shared values of fairness, compassion, and justice and social inclusion, we advocate to our political representatives for policies that would ensure adequate, secure, and affordable housing for all in our community. We congratulate Mayor John Tory, Deputy Mayor Pam McConnell, and the City for approving at a recent City Council meeting this important poverty reduction strategy. We live in a prosperous city, yet over the last 20 years, poverty has increased, and the city has become more economically divided. 1 in 4 children now live in poverty. Homeless people beg on every major street corner, and thousands are accommodated in out-of-the-cold programs in the winter. We all remember how some homeless people died this winter in our Toronto. 90,000 people are waiting for affordable housing in the city. The time to address these disturbing trends is now, not only because it is the right thing to do, but if we don't act now, despair, anger, and the possibility of civil disobedience is more likely to occur. Hunger, homelessness, and helplessness leads to despair and desperation. The city has approved the contents of the poverty reduction strategy. Now it is time to enact legislation to make it an effective vehicle to reduce and ultimately eliminate poverty in our city. Imagine the idea that every Torontonian is housed, as it is in Medicine Hat, Alberta. We strongly support the recommendations of the interim poverty reduction strategy to address the urgent needs of our most vulnerable citizens. We believe that affordable housing is foundational and urge the city to make this a priority. A stable housing is a gateway to employment, education, and a better life. Currently, too many families are unable to afford housing without compromising on nutritious food, transportation, or clothing for their children. We congratulate the committee for creating a very collaborative process that truly listened to those most in need, as well as many others in the city, such as the business community and advocacy groups. We were delighted to see the city overwhelmingly approve the interim poverty reduction strategy. We now would like to see this collaborative process continue. What we now need to see is action. We need to see specific targets that are easily measurable and achievable. We need timelines for implementation. And most importantly, we need sustained and adequate long-term funding. Without these, the poverty reduction strategy will be a nice document and a nice policy that failed to live up to its wonderful potential. Joel Baker, futurist writer and filmmaker, best captured this idea when he said, "A vision without action is merely a dream. Action without vision just passes the time. Vision with action can change the world." Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you for coming. Again, I appreciate what you're saying, remind everyone that's speaking to us that the item is here for us to do and look at consideration if there's anything in the service levels that we have, which is planning and growth, to deal with, because council has already adopted the strategy itself. And that's what we should be dealing with. I have Feroza Mohammed. Same thing, Feroza. We're looking if there's issues that we should add to the budget process, not for funding of this, but work that could be done within the planning and growth divisions or the billing division. So I just ask that you try and keep your remarks to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Feroza Mohammed, a current resident in Ward 34, Don Valley East. I would like to thank the Planning and Growth Management Committee for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Today I'm here to show my support for a strong poverty reduction plan that will work for Toronto. In my view, a strong Toronto poverty reduction strategy will guarantee specific targets for affordable housing, good jobs, and food security for all Torontonians. I came to this country 27 years ago as a single parent with a 4-year-old child. Over these years, I have worked in the finance department of several multinational corporations. Today, I am here because I am unemployed and cannot afford to pay rent, forcing me to seek shelter with family members until I find a job. As a newcomer, I too dreamed of owning my own home and was interested in saving to purchase a home. Faced with the reality, rent consumed more than 70% of my income. Added childcare, transportation, and utilities left little to no food. With no food to eat, where is the money to save? Thank you to United Way. I was honored to facilitate in the days of dialogue and community consultations held across the city earlier this year. People in general would prefer to work if there are good, stable jobs with benefits. A living wage would boost individuals' self-confidence to motivate people to work. Please make a commitment to advocating with other levels of government, businesses, and corporations for good, stable jobs with benefits. It is time to create good, stable jobs in Toronto and stop outsourcing. If you want to keep people out of poverty, we need to put legislation in place to move people out of poverty. I would like you to commit to a living wage strategy, no to temporary part-time jobs in the strategy. It will cost no money to advocate for affordable housing and stable jobs. I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak today, and I appreciate your attempt to bring prosperity in Toronto. We remain hopeful about the targets and implementation of the poverty reduction strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Ing Mei Han. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Ling Mei Han. I would like first thanks for opportunity to speak today. I'm a resident and active community member. Also, I am the tenants representative of Wishingware Manor, the Toronto Community Housing Corporation building. Most important things, today I would like to speak about the importance about maintaining quality housing by ensuring repair work is completed in a timely way. From my experience, in our building, there are serious problems with the water pipe that often crack and broken to cause the flood. This disaster that has been long time, many years. For example, the water flows from the 11th floor through to the 7th floor. There are ankle-deep water in more than 20 units in May this year. Because this flood happened for a long time, black mold grew up on the wall. The ceiling material was falling down. The damaged carpet in the hallway smelled terrible. The situation was very dangerous. It affected our health and lives. Many residents have been sick and they experience mental health problems. One senior, ours 90 years old, has a panic attack about more flooding, and his case not unique. We cannot bear this situation any longer. Residents reported this problem to the landlord, but no action was taken for many years. Early this year, I wrote one letter to leader of TCHC, a letter to our councillor, and a letter to the mayor. I attended the meetings hosted by the mayor task force on the community housing, Toronto community housing, and I reported about these problems in these meetings. We appreciate that the landlord did some repair to deal this problem recently. According to the Tenants Protect Act, landlord must keep their building and the unit in good state of repair and ensure that all health, safety, and maintenance standards. So we hope this committee will help us with following. One, require the building license standards department should send a building inspector, and health department should send a health inspector to our buildings to check. If an inspector finds some repair are needed, the landlord must complete them. 2, replace all carpet in all the hallways. 3, replace all kitchen ventilators in every unit. These are not work for a long time. Issue with anotherance include some lounging room machine, elevator, exactly. Housing is very important for people's life. Living in a secure, health, safety, and good state home is a basic part of a decent quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you for coming. I will just comment again, things like property standards and others are at the licensing committee. We're simply dealing with the planning process. I have John Ryerson. Is John here?
Okay, thank you.
Well, it does. It's the only reason I mention it to members of the public is council asked us to come to the standing committees across the city to look if there are issues that they should deal with the review of the financial planning and service levels for next year. So we can only make recommendations on items that these divisions deal with at this committee. We've all adopted the strategy already at council, and it's gone to all the other committees to deal with a number of those items that you have, and then I think it'll be coming back to executive, where you can depute on anything you want, because we hear everything there. So, John, your turn.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Councillor Carmichael Grebb's ward and a member of the Space Coalition that advocates for public and accessible use of schools. Last April, we held a workshop that the Chief Planner participated in and heard about the work that your committee's been doing around protecting schools for communities. In order to address the issues of poverty in this city, we need to use all of the assets that are available to the city. This is not always about new money. It's about trying to make sure that we take advantage of everything that there is. And schools, neighborhoods, as you know, are built around schools, and schools are in key locations in every neighborhood, and therefore are in a position to be able to meet a lot of needs under the poverty reduction plan. Examples include land for affordable housing, community hubs that can be adapted to the needs of a local community, whether it's senior services, youth training, or community health or arts activities. And of course, expanding government services. And we know that as neighborhoods change and more density is created, there's more demand for services, and these are buildings and assets that are there that have been paid for by the public, paid for by Toronto taxpayers, and we believe that they should be paid for once. They don't need to be paid for again. And so we are certainly advocating to the province that they need to make sure that they are working with the cities to help make sure that these assets are available and we don't have to pay a big tab to get a hold of these assets again. So we applaud your work and encourage you to stay the course. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of committee members? See any? Thank you very much, John, for coming. Richard Dirtley, I understand you're here now.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Dirtley. I'm an affordable housing consultant and advocate based in Toronto. Perhaps some greater relevance also, I have for many years, over 20 years, been a longstanding advocate for inclusionary zoning, in which I have researched, examined, and written about extensively. In that context, it should be no surprise to you that I'm here to support that the city should be using and implementing inclusionary zoning as an effective measure to provide for affordable housing. The key point of my submission is going to be this, that inclusionary zoning, except for the provision of and use of a lot of money, is the most effective tool the city has to provide for affordable housing. It has the potential at the current rate of construction in the city to provide between 1,000 to 1,500 units per year on a steady, ongoing, year after year basis. This is far more than any annual output of social housing that we've produced in over at least 20 years. And it's a higher output than anything we achieve by any other city-based program, including, for example, the better use of Section 37 or the better use of large sites policy. So it's a critical component of our arsenal to deal with the affordable housing crisis that's going on. Now, we know that inclusionary zoning can be successful because of its long and successful record in the United States. It's been used there for over 40 years. It is now used in between 30 to 40 communities. Included in those communities are some of those prominent, prestigious, and progressive cities in the U.S., including cities like Chicago, Boston, San Francisco, San Diego, Denver, the list goes on. Now, there's a lot of lessons we can learn out of with that experience from the U.S., and I'm going to highlight only 3 and very briefly. One is, it's important to note that inclusionary zoning does not rely on the use of public funding to produce affordable housing. This is particularly important because the existing resources are very scarce already that's been devoted for social housing. And it should be reassuring to those that want to protect those resources that we are not going to compete for them or in any way diminish them. The provision of affordable housing through inclusionary zoning adds to other resources and other ways of providing affordable housing. It does not diminish those that are used already. Second point is, contrary to what the developers would like us to believe, inclusionary zoning does not add to or increase the price of housing for others in the city. There are 2 major outstanding authoritative studies in the U.S. looking at what has happened in there, and both of them say the same thing. Those cities with inclusionary zoning, the price of housing has not gone up at all, or at least, or at the most, at a very marginal and a minor level. So inclusionary zoning does not affect the price of housing in the cities where they have constructed it. The third point is, we know very well from this track record that it does not affect the production of housing in the city, nor does it drive developers out of business. It's been very clear that they have to adjust, but they continue to produce housing and continue to make a profit while meeting the affordable housing requirements. So despite these benefits, we all know that the province has been reluctant to give us these powers, and furthermore, they have refused to tell us why they haven't given us the powers, so we have to continue to push them to do it. Incidentally, there is one province, Manitoba, that has passed the necessary legislation. They did this about a year ago, and this indicates to me that there's no legal or other barrier to the province actually passing the same legislation. But while waiting for the province to see the light and actually provide the authority to us, I'd like to also note there's something else that the city can do with regard to inclusionary zoning. And that is, it can begin to apply inclusionary zoning requirements to the sale of public lands, surplus public lands, when sold to private developers or residential development. We don't need additional authority to do that. We can do that now. We can make it as a condition of sale when we sell those lands. So we can and should be requiring all public agencies, including Build Toronto, the Waterfront Toronto, Toronto Parking Authority, the school boards, all at this moment to provide a percentage of affordable housing when they start selling surplus lands as a condition of sale. This can be done. It's easy, it's straightforward, and it's surprising to me that we don't do it. There are many cities across the United States that do that, even those that don't have inclusionary zoning. It's common practice there for them to do that. It's an effective short-term tool that we can use to begin to provide for affordable housing. So in conclusion, I want to say that I'm here to support that the city should continue to pursue getting the powers from the province to have inclusionary zoning, but at the same time, they should act and start requiring, when we sell land, surplus public lands, to also provide for that affordable housing.
Thank you, Richard. Are there any questions of the deputants? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
I don't have any of the deputants on the list. I don't have any members of council that are non-members of committee. We'll bring it into committee. Are there any members that wish to speak? Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. And the question is to our chief planner. I recognize that there's probably a few quizzical councillors here who want to know why is the interim poverty reduction strategy before this committee. And as you have read this report, can you pull out for us the pieces that relate to land use planning, development, and policies that we have jurisdiction over, including the building codes?
So just as Carrie's getting her pages ready there, because I think Carrie can answer your question in detail, it's important to know that we've collaborated with our colleagues and have provided recommendations specific to this report, including relating to affordable housing, in particular, the importance of transit and addressing transit needs as a critical part of poverty reduction. So you'll see woven through the policies and the recommendations a whole series of considerations that are directly linked to clear policy statements in our official plan, primarily speaking to the importance of ensuring that we're creating a city that provides access to housing for all, which is a policy statement in the context of our official plan, and also recognizing the importance of access to transit as a critical part of providing access to employment opportunities and poverty reduction.
And so would you say that because of the recommendations that are now contained in the interim poverty reduction strategy, I'm going to call them value statements, that you're taking these recommendations underlined with values, core values, and you're now going about your work to ensure that all the policies that fall under the jurisdiction of this committee are now going to be informed by the poverty reduction strategy?
Through the chair, that's correct. And in fact, everything that you see in this document is consistent with the directions in the official plan, but in some instances provides a level of specificity that we didn't have before. So for example, under recommendation number 3 is an affirmation of the affordable housing as an important Section 37 benefit. What's different is, as a result of this poverty reduction strategy, it is recommended that we recognize affordable housing as a first priority as a community benefit for any development applications where contributions are proposed pursuant to Section 37. That's new. It is more specific than what is outlined in the official plan, but it makes real the intent of the official plan to provide affordable housing for all.
When we oftentimes hear from income security advocates, food security advocates, anti-poverty advocates, the frustration from the community is oftentimes the lofty statements that the City Council may adopt doesn't necessarily translate into tangible goals with hard timelines. How can we ensure that what we can do at Planning Growth Management will actually have hard timelines, ensure that all our policies can foster the objectives of the anti-poverty reduction strategy, and what would be our detailed plan moving forward, so that we're not just saying this is a good series of recommendations, we agree to it.
Through the chair, earlier in the service level review that I provided, I indicated that we are working with a consultant to create new key performance indicators, and we are connecting those key performance indicators to the official plan, whereas currently we simply measure how quickly we process applications. That we want to be much more specific and identify, for example, what's our target for affordable housing, how many units are we securing. So I would suggest that in the context of that exercise of the KPIs, that we take the poverty reduction strategy to our consultant team and we comb through this document and identify key performance indicators that we can deliver within city planning that will show how we are implementing the recommendations in the poverty reduction strategy. I'll also add that there are some very important initiatives in the context of this plan that are the jurisdiction of other divisions that would also benefit from those kinds of specific measures. For example, there's a recommendation in the document to provide surplus city land for affordable housing. That is something that is already entrenched in the context of Build Toronto's portfolio, but it's not something where there are performance measures currently, and as a result, there are many developments that go forward where the development is simply put up at market value for, for an office building or for some other kind of mixed-use development. In instances where on those types of projects we have secured affordable housing, it's usually been an afterthought or a negotiation that has come afterwards. I'm looking at the councillor because he's been involved in some of those negotiations where we've kind of went, hey, wait a minute, we need to get some affordable housing on this site. I think that the entire, many of the recommendations in this document would benefit from having key performance indicators that are shared throughout the organization.
Thank you. Are there other questions of staff? We'll go to speakers. Did you wish to speak, Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move a motion as well, and this is actually just reinforcing what the Chief Planner has just revealed to the committee today, is to go through this document and to come back to this committee as soon as possible with a timeline and detailed plan on how we can achieve the goals relevant to land use planning development policies that we already have. I see that there is good intention to try to take the recommendations in the report, and much of it has had consultations with our Chief Planner and the Planning Department, but to ensure that we don't not put some actual teeth to it. And I think what's really important for us to recognize is that everything we do in the City of Toronto touches land use planning. There isn't a single policy that's not connected to land and land development, whether it's employment lands, whether it's community gardens, whether it's safer neighborhoods, whether it's affordable housing, you name it, we have to build it on some real estate. And so if there was any question on why this report is before us, I think that this is probably the best place for it to be, because quite honestly, everything that we do affects everyone else and every other division. And perhaps one of the best examples of us not doing enough was an example given to us by one of the deputants about how we've been advocating and talking about wanting to create more affordable housing and saying that the province needs to give us these inclusionary zoning powers, and yet at the same time, when we have city-owned properties that are ready for declared as surplus, we ourselves don't precondition that tender in a way that actually allows us to create affordable housing right on our own city assets. So therefore, on one hand, we have these lofty statements that we want to subscribe to and aspire to by saying we want to reduce income inequality, we want to build more affordable housing, but when the opportunity arises, and it's a very tangible opportunity, we don't demonstrate and lead by example. So why on earth would the development industry do that if we ourselves, when given the opportunity, don't do that? And I can think of examples with city assets, land-based assets, community facilities, buildings that are no longer, that are being replaced. I can think of examples such as Toronto Parking Authority, and there are a number of parking lots right now owned by the TPA that are being considered for development, and they're going into joint venture partnerships with private developers, and what is not being produced is more affordable housing. So there's a really great opportunity for us to actually do more with what we have, and we certainly have a lot of powers within our approvals process. And I would say that with all the development applications that are coming through the pipeline, very, very little affordable housing has been secured. And any affordable housing that's secured through Section 37, we learned earlier today, is actually not a lot. So therefore, we have a housing crisis that continues to grow, and we have more and more people on the waiting list. We've had deputants who came to speak before us who said they themselves are on the waiting list, and they don't know if they're going to be alive by the time their units become available to them. That's in a safe neighborhood, that's in a condition that's actually inhabitable. So therefore, what are we going to do about it? And so I think that this is probably a very good opportunity for us to build on the work that the Chief Planner has done, with the fact that she and her team have already been consulting with Deputy Mayor McConnell's efforts to inform this strategy. But how do we take it one step further and make sure that we come back with hard timelines and actual detailed plans on how do we go beyond even the official plan amendments, which are very good. But now let's get down to the details. Thank you.
So, Councillor Wong Tam, while you were speaking and staff understand what you want, the item is going to executive on the 5th of October. 20th of October, but there won't be an opportunity to have reports back here for that. So Mr. Grillinger and our chief planner suggested to me a motion similar to something I scribbled quickly, which has them report to the executive committee on initiatives that the planning department can take to support this initiative. And that way it would go all together with the same recommendations which Mr. Brillinger has asked at the same time to executive and then to council.
Okay, I think that's a very good amendment. Logistically, it makes.
So I didn't really word it all right yet. That's why I'm talking longer than I should, so staff can figure it out.
We're all friends here. I take it at face value.
So, do we have something to show? No, I was asking, well, so I can amend her motion and just request Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning, report to the Executive Committee meeting on October the 20th on key actions the Planning Department can take to support this initiative. So, it's not written. Should you written it? Well, we should have it in writing so we know what it is, because that's the procedure rules that we follow. So I will amend your motion, do it as an amendment. And then we'll have it written and we'll understand what the motion is so there's no misunderstandings. Well, they'll come to the committee with that information instead. So it's not a report back to here. It'll go to executive. It'll be comprehensive there. We said the chief planner will do anything that Councillor Wong Tam wants on the next application that comes in from her area, and you shook your head and said yes, so now she's very happy. Just careful when you shake your head yes around this building. No, we're simply waiting for the motion to be typed up as an amendment to Councillor Wong Tam's, so she's aware of what my amendment is and there's no misunderstandings. So, Chief Planner report directly to the Executive Committee on October 20th, 2015 on key actions, right, that the Planning Division can take.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, in your remarks, you were suggesting that perhaps the chief planner work with SDFA. Or is that just imply that that's going to happen? Do you need it spelled out? Okay.
Right, but the report from here comes from the Chief Planner.
I'm getting nods and thumbs up over there. That's great. Thanks, folks.
So the Chief Planner report directly to the Executive Committee meeting on October 20th on key action, that should be plural in case we can find some, the Planning Division can take to support the poverty reduction strategy. Is that right with you, Councillor Wong Tam? We're making action plural. Actions.
Actually, the interim poverty reduction strategy, but I think we all know what we're talking about.
Okay, we'll change it to the interim poverty reduction strategy. And with that amendment then, any other speakers? I don't see any, so the motion as it is, all in favor, opposed, carried. Do we have to receive the report for information or we're done? So we're done. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Campbell has been waiting all day for it so patiently. All in favor, opposed, carried. And as Councillor Kelly always liked to do, so I'm just following other traditions. Thank you all for coming and for your patience today.